What is best in life? To crush your enemies, see them driven before you, and to hear the lamentation of their women.
All right. Shit got weird, people. Shit got weird. What are we, 14 minutes late because of last minute technical difficulties that I have no idea what was going on. I actually had to do the dreaded update on the OBS, and that does seem to have screwed up that a little bit. My soundboard is screwed up now, and I don't know what's going on. There's some things that aren't working. I will just have to try and figure it out as we go along. Anyway, giant panic. And I don't know what the hell happened, people. I have no idea, but we're live now. So that's good, right? That's good. It's good that we're live. Yeah, hopefully I'm just going to have to wait and see what features aren't working so far, but I think we're good with everything so far. I think it's workable what we've got going on. Anyway, thanks for coming back, you guys. Yeah, I freaking hate technical difficulties. I hate upgrading software. It screws everything up. There's one thing now where I can't just press the button to switch screens. I've got to go into the OBS thing and I'll go in there and press. It's just a pain in the ass. It'll take me like 80 hours to figure out this one damn button now. But in any case, we did it. Restarted the computer, upgraded, and we're back. And it only took 14 minutes. That's all. Only 14 minutes. All right. As everybody knows, we're streaming right now on Rumble, on YouTube, on X, and on Locals as well. And every time you like the stream, and of course when you subscribe as well, but every time you like the stream, you get a free dose of good karma from me. And in these troubled times, can you turn your back on that? Would you? You don't want to die. So people like the streams. They like them. But when they get the first series of streams, you get extra. The first one could be like on a Rumble Premium night. That's like 10 times at least. But it might be 3 or 4 or 5 or 6 on a regular night. Let's see what happened. Spambot says, Richie, Izzy had the first like before you restarted the stream, so the Karma Award should go to him. I'm saying quintuple good karma. There you go, Izzy. Spambot says, I nabbed number 1 on the restart. Still counts. They all count. That's quintuple for you, my friend. Good times. Strudel Survivor, that's quadruple for you if you got the second one. Beautiful. Spambot says, blah, 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 blah. All right. Everything is going. Everything is happening. Let's see. Upgrade sounds about right. I hate doing it. You guys know how much I hate doing the upgrades, but I had no choice. It was panic time. Let's see. All right. Forced update. Yep. Yes. I wouldn't do it unless I absolutely had to. So how come we can see all the icons on your desktop? No, you can't. And there aren't any anyway. All right. Oh, I see. Spambots, the icons you see, the icons on his X interface, not his desktop icons. Oh, yeah, I should go check out the, hold on a second. Let's see. I'm going to go here. There we go. Oh, there we go. All right. Trudeau Star says, I'm only joking to make RB panic even more. Well, there's nothing on there anyway. There is nothing on that screen anyway, so it doesn't matter. But blah, 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 blah. All right, that's it. I'm a little bit discombobulated from this damn tech trouble that we've had. I don't know what happened. Probably something to do with the Chinese government, I'm guessing. Something like that. Or some dirty commie somewhere. That's the only explanation that I have so far. If you can come up with something better, throw it out there. But I think that's what it is. Let's go through the menu and take a look. So first off, we're going to talk about We've got a little bit of U.S. stuff. I'm going to be mixing the U.S., the Canadian, the world stuff all up through this one. So we're not going to spend too much time on one particular thing. We're going to change it up. A privilege, not a right. Trump admin doubles visa revocations rate from Biden era. And yeah, I mean, you should be able to send undesirables home from your country. I don't know how there's anything remotely controversial about that. We're going to take a look at that. We're going to take a look at New York and kind of some of the aftermath of that, and we'll see what's happening. I mean, he is limited in how much he can destroy New York, and for in terms of taxation, that sort of thing. But he can do a lot of damage. Now, today, as everybody knows, Carney has produced the 2025 budget with the giant $78 billion deficit. And it's going to be voted on. The final vote's going to be November 17th. But until then, the opposition parties can propose amendments. So these amendment votes are actually treated as confidence votes. So if the Liberals are outvoted in one of these, the government will fall, and then there will be another election. Now, the Conservatives had an opportunity to bring down the government today, and they didn't. Now, it's not their last opportunity, and there are reasons for it, but I just kind of feel like a lot of people are not going to be that happy with this. A lot of people. And we're going to get into that. We're going to talk about the Carney budget, and there's all kinds of problems. Fitch has issued a warning about spending and fiscal control regarding our credit rating, Fitch ratings. We're going to take a look at that. It's just it's an awful budget, and we're going to go through all the reasons why. In fact, I'm even going to take you to one part of it, and let's hope that all of my highlights, yes, they did stay good. Okay, so we're going to go just through. I thought it's 500 pages almost, this budget. So I'm not going to take you all through that, but I thought let's go through one part. Chapter 3, 3.1, 3.2, 3.3. And it's just in this. Well, if you want to know why Canada is so screwed up, this will show you. And this is just one small part of the almost 500 page document. So we're not going to spend like 3 hours going through the thing, right? But I'm going to show you one part. A little bit of news on the January 6th Capitol thing and the pipe bomb, which we've all kind of wondered, what exactly happened with that? Seems like it kind of went away, didn't it? Anyways, a little bit of news on that. We're going to get into that. We're going to talk about ICE, an ICE attack. It's the two movies on, it's two movies on the same screen kind of thing. So you just have the manipulation from the left and just lies. Then you have the real story. We're going to talk about that. Canada land claims we were going to talk about a little bit because it's completely insane. And we do have to look into it. I mean, if you want to destroy a country, just do what Canada's doing. Let's see. Oh, yes, yeah, so we've got some woke Canada stuff here. They're against the Canadian government's against older white farmers. So they want more black and LGBTQ farmers. There must be a lot of LGBTQ farmers out there too, right? It just never ends, people. It never ends. We've got Richard Dawkins here talking about gender theory. And just making the point that, for 2 billion years, there wasn't really much dispute about sexual reproduction, male, female. And then, starting 10 minutes ago, all of a sudden it's a big controversy. He's going to talk about that. He's an evolutionary biologist. We're going to have a little bit of Carney here, who he's just fake. Carney is fake. Everything he says is a lie. We'll talk about that. We've got some Pierre Poilievre stuff here. Of course, he's not in favor of all this stuff. We're going to have to talk about this, though. He could have brought down the government today. There's reasons not to. But I don't know. We're going to have to get into that. Here is a BBC presenter who got in trouble for, I guess, just once told the truth. Just said something true, and now is in big trouble. Let's see. I mean, even a broken clock is right twice a day, right? We're going to talk about Tucker Carlson. He's talking to Megyn Kelly, talking about the Nick Fuentes interview, and we're going to get into that. We've got, of course, Canada crime. So we were told to just, give them leave your car keys for the home invaders at the front door, and they'll just take that. You'll be fine. Just do that. You'll be fine. And no, that actually, you're not fine, actually. So that advice wasn't even great. So yeah, Canada, big mess, big mess. All right. We've got some Canadian media bias where they don't want to. The CBC doesn't want you to let you know who is committing crimes. And then we have the last one of the evening that's got a bunch of different stuff in here. And stuff you guys sent in, and it's all going to be good times. Everybody's going to be happy. All right. And I would like to remind the YouTube viewers, Rumble doesn't need to worry about this. Everything goes on the same channel, but on YouTube, there's a new channel, Radio Baloney News. I just had somebody in the comments on my main channel saying, we love your videos, but where's all the, U.S. news? That's what we watch. We're not interested in Canadian news. And I let them know, well, it's all on Radio Baloney News now. I don't know how many of my viewers have left from the main channel because they just think I'm not covering U.S. news anymore. It is the featured channel, Radio Baloney News, on the homepage there. So that's where it is. So you got to go there. Radio Baloney News is all the world news, the U.S. news, meme reviews, as you can see here. Look at that crazy woke purple-haired gremlin there. Good memes about that. Yeah, Woman of the Year are all men, Glamour UK, deranged teachers in Tucson, Arizona, indigenous, trans-indigenous for ICE. All kinds of great stuff. You're going to find all of that over on Radio Baloney News from now on. So you got to go subscribe over there. All right. So we're more or less, everything is more or less working. Everything is still working. Okay. Looks like the technical difficulties are pretty much over. The only problem is it looks like I can't play clips from my Stream Deck now, but I do have the sound effect stuff. So I could press this, for instance.
Was she a great big fat person?
Or I could press this.
What the fuck is it with you?
Or I could press this.
Oh, a bullshit artist.
I could do those, but I can't do the clips or the reel or parody or it puts the lotion on from Sound Slams. I can't do that. I'll have to figure that out tomorrow or something. All right. Or the time of the orcs has begun, which we like to do that when there's like woke people on it. But we can't do it tonight, which makes me really sad. Really, really sad. Oh, well. Yves Samard, lots of thumbs up there. Thank you so much, sir. Good times. All right. Let's see. So I see you guys are throwing Louisville UPS crash clips. Well, we'll check that out later. Let's see. Izzy says everyone gets extra karma. Everybody gets extra karma tonight because we had technical difficulties. La 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 la. Oh, and you know what's great? It looks like the chat is malfunctioning now for some reason within Rumble itself. So that's great. Oh, no, actually, no. It's just you guys aren't doing much chat. That's all it is. All right. All right. Hopefully the chat isn't actually broken in the Rumble thing tonight. I don't know. We'll just see what happens. I don't know. You guys can always go. There we go. It's still working. All right. So now what are we doing? I guess we're going to go here. I don't know why it's remotely controversial to kick people that hate your country out of your country. It doesn't seem weird. Like people on visas, not citizens, right? Just people on visas visiting. I mean, that's, a privilege, not a right. That's what the Trump administration is saying. Trump admin doubles visa revocations rate from the Biden era. Well, the Biden era, they loved people who hated the United States. But I guess the point being that the Biden administration also revoked people's visas. So it's weird with the left. Like anything that any right-wing politician does, it's like the first time it's ever been done in history, and it's just this unbelievably authoritarian, far-right thing that nobody could have ever dreamed of before. Nobody ever deported anybody before Trump. Nobody had ever deported anybody before Trump. I mean, Trump made up tariffs. I mean, he literally just made them up for a second term. Nobody had ever done tariffs before. That's crazy. What are these tariff things that you speak of? They sound terrifying and wrong. Yeah, it's not controversial to get people who break the law or hate your country the hell out of your country. I mean, in any Western country, there's enough people already in the country that hate the country. So I don't see anything remotely controversial. 80,000 visas have been revoked so far in 2025. Okay. I mean, isn't that the right of the country? The State Department said Thursday it had revoked the visas of over 80,000 people for reasons ranging from drunk driving to support for terrorism. Okay. So if you're just going to come up with a list, say it's never been done before and it's this thing that's been proposed, maybe we should start doing this. And like, what are some things that we should actually apply this to? So like, let's see, who don't you want in your country? Let's see, who don't you want being in your country on a visa? Let's see. Well, how about people breaking the law? Yeah, that's kind of a no-brainer. Drunk driving? Yeah, sure. Yeah. Drunk driving, murder, all that kind of stuff. Okay, yeah, great. Them out. Let's see, what else? Terrorists. Yeah, let's get rid of them as well. Don't really need them. Again, how is this remotely controversial? The left is freaking out. They just freak out about everything. The announcement put the pace of visa revocation at more than double the total last year, the Trump administration said. Promises made, promises kept, and Secretary of State Marco Rubio will always put the safety and interests of the American people first, the State Department wrote on X. Yeah, that's what they're there for? Around 16,000 had their visas revoked for driving under the influence, 12,000 for assault incidents, and 8,000 for theft. Other reasons cited for the revocations include supporting terrorism, visa overstay, or being an actual terrorist. Being an actual terrorist. My question is, like, okay, so why did Trump have to double it? I don't think it's that, like, the amount of, people on visas drinking under the influence or being terrorists, right? Or, stealing or assaulting people. I doubt that just suddenly doubled when Trump got in. I guess, you know what? It's probably priorities. That's probably what it is. Let's see. Our message is clear. Entry to America is a privilege, not a right, and we will always put the safety and interests of the American people first, he added. Let's see. In September, the State Department revoked the visas of foreign nationals who made celebratory remarks about the assassination of Charlie Kirk. Yes, they should go. Individuals from Argentina, South Africa, Mexico, Brazil, and Paraguay all lost status over remarks on Kirk's killings. Yes, you're celebrating the assassination, the murder of an American in America. Nothing should be more obvious than you gots to go. There should be nothing controversial about this. In one instance, an Argentine national said that Kirk devoted his entire life spreading racist, xenophobic, misogynistic rhetoric and deserve to burn in hell. I'm sure coming from somebody who had never actually watched one word in context that Charlie Kirk had ever said or read. Let's see, quote, "The United States has no obligation to host foreigners who wish death on Americans. The State Department continues to identify visa holders who celebrated the heinous assassination of Charlie Kirk," a State Department official said at the time. Again, are you planning, you know, in your time in the United States, are you planning on celebrating the murder of any Americans? You are? Oh, maybe that's a question they need to ask now before they let people in. Are you planning on supporting terrorism or, celebrating the murder of any Americans? Something like that, just to kind of get a sense of, where they're at. In May, Rubio was directed by Trump to start aggressively revoking the visas of Chinese students with close ties to the Chinese Communist Party or studying in critical fields. This is common sense. Rubio said the department would be increasing scrutiny for approving future applications from China and Hong Kong. Well, yes, obviously, China, they don't actually innovate anything, they just steal, right? So, yes, of course, that just makes perfect sense. So, I don't know. I don't think there's anything controversial about that at all. It just makes perfect sense to me. All right, what are you guys talking about? Let's see. Izzy is apparently listening and working. That's fine. I'm flexible. Elf support, how you doing? Says, well, I think the left freaks out because the mainstream media all pushes the same communist-controlled party line. Yes, exactly. It's a a carefully curated narrative, and it's like a tidal wave. Trudeau Survivor says, I'd like to see the crime together with country of origin numbers. Well, they listed some of them there, Let's see. Let's move on, shall we? So, New York's going to have a good time. Now, he is limited. Zoran Mamdani, the new global intifada communist mayor of New York City, the financial capital of the world, seems like a bad fit to me. But okay, New Yorkers apparently wanted that. He is limited in what he can do. I mean, he can't actually just turn New York City into just a fully communist city-state yet. He is a little bit limited, but he can still cause an awful lot of trouble. But let's look at the aftermath of his win in New York City. MSNBC presses Zoran Mamdani on his hatred towards law enforcement. So let's see, how is this going to go? I mean, New Yorkers can at least feel more secure now, knowing that there's going to be social workers enforcing the law or something, or counseling criminals as they're committing crimes or assaulting them or whatever, or home invading them, I guess. Let's take a look.
I actually have a slightly harder question for you than whether you're going to come hang out with us again, because I know we are so adorable and fun to spend time with, which is that, progressives have historically had a very complicated relationship with law enforcement and police. You yourself have been very critical of law enforcement. In a social media post from 2020, which has been resurfaced, you referred to the NYPD as, quote, racist, anti-queer, and a major threat to public safety. The current NYPD Commissioner Jessica Tisch has also criticized the decision to ban NYPD LGBTQ plus members from the Pride Parade today. I think we have that up on the screen. What do you think is the right way for Democrats and progressives to talk about law enforcement, or the right relationship that they should have with law enforcement today? I actually have a slightly harder question for you than whether.
Okay, well, they didn't let him answer, unfortunately, but I think the answer is, though, that he obviously hates the police and he will do everything that he can to make New York unsafe because that's what commies like. Let's watch a bit of this from Victor Davis Hanson. This was from before he was elected, but he said there's no going back if New York City elects Zohran Mamdani. Let's take a quick peek here. Okay.
It looks like for the first time in the modern era, at least, an unapologetic socialist. Zohran Mamdani is going to be the mayor in our November election. He says he's a democratic socialist, but he has said things that make sense only in a communist context. There has been massive demographic changes in New York, and it's no longer just a democratic city, it's a radically democratic city. So Mr. Mamdani thinks he can appeal to these hard left constituencies in a way that would make his election possible with very low turnout. Can he be stopped? The only way that he could be stopped if the left and the center and the right were to combine and say, this man represents the destruction of our way of life and he's going to bankrupt the state and drive out our entire source of wealth, that is the financial class itself.
Well, Mamdani is the left now. Like, he is the left. He's left. He's with the people that are cheering on and hopeful for more political assassinations of people they don't like communism, free everything. He is the left now. And everybody needs to wake up. Like, he is the actual left. Him, AOC, Ilhan Omar, they're the left now.
Graduate programs that value viewpoint diversity. Your MPP at our November election. Daily Signal. Everybody in New York City is on edge because it looks like for the first time in the modern era.
Actually, hold on a second. So let's skip past this a little bit. Let's see. Mamdani's socialist agenda. 202. Let's go there. Okay, let's do it.
Our November election. Now, what's disturbing about it is he is an unapologetic socialist. He says he's a democratic socialist, but on occasions in the past, he has said things like, to be a real socialist, you must acquire or take possessions of the means of production. That's right out of the communist playbook of a Frederick Engels. It's essential to communism, and he said things that make sense only in a communist context. He wants to get rid of elite schools that are meritocratic. He wants to go into areas that are affluent and white and tax them more inordinately. He wants to give free transportation to people and make a particular group pay for it, the so-called wealthy. So he wants to turn the financial capital of the world upside down. Normally, even in New York City, which is a liberal city, this would be impossible to see somebody like Mamdani elected. But there has been massive demographic changes. Almost 1 million Jewish middle class and affluent voters have left over the last 20 years for a variety of reasons. We've had open borders policy where hundreds of thousands of new immigrants have come into New York. And it's no longer just a democratic city, it's a radically democratic city. So Mr. Mamdani thinks that in an off year, this is an off year, there is no great presidential election, there is no midterm election. There's not a lot of reasons for the normal voter to come out. And he can appeal to these hard left constituencies in a way that would make his election possible with very low turnout.
Well, it has to be said that New York City is about a third born outside of the USA. So New York City now is about a third foreign born. So in a very real way, it's much less of an American city because the world is not homogenous politically, right? And culturally and ethically and in every way, it's not homogenous. So if you've got 30% of the city foreign born, well, you're going to expect that you're going to have a third of the city that doesn't have, traditionally American values, didn't grow up in the United States. So that's a very important thing to notice. And if you can target those people and be effective with them, and you're a communist like Mamdani, that's going to help you. Let's see. What are you guys saying? Elf Support says, you know, I just noticed that AOC sounds like a child. You just noticed that? Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez. Or as her friends know her as Sandy. Let's see. Trying to know asks, is it true New York City has had a lot of in-migration? My understanding is that a lot of people have left. A lot of like a lot of, long-term New Yorkers have left, but then there's been people moving in for the benefits. As it's been, it's been very, very left-wing for about the last 10 years. You had de Blasio, who's a complete disaster. So you've had kind of the, capital moving out, but people that are going to be more dependent on the government moving in, because that will happen, right? It's a draw. But my understanding is the population has actually gone down in New York City, and there's a variety of reasons for that. You've got, sky high rent, which is in large part due to rent controls there that seems counterintuitive. But what ends up happening is that you don't have new housing being built because of all the rent control, and then the stuff that's and because of all the regulation and everything, it's just very hard to do anything in New York. And then the stuff that isn't rent controlled is there's a huge competition for that, and it drives the prices up. Also, just general degradation, crime. It was, I was there during the who was it? Was it Bloomberg? And it was a clean, safe place. And that's when they were, going with the, kind of broken window idea of law enforcement, where, you punish the little crimes. So, broken windows. If you see broken windows, graffiti all over the place, it gives the sense that nobody's in control, and then that just kind of brings crime with it. If people feel like they can get away with things, they will, especially when you've got 8 million of them packed into a small area. So once they went very left wing with their mayors. Obviously that all went out the window, and the whole thing's been kind of falling apart since. Let's see. Spambot's talking something about GIMP uniforms for the YMCA video. Well, I think he's talking about the pride parades, and they really have become, I mean, it's not the parades from, like, you see photos from this like 70s and 80s, and it's just a bunch of just guys, and half of them are like wearing suits. They just look normal. And they were, protest, because they didn't want the cops come in and, bust up their bars and, arrest everybody, and gay marriage, that sort of thing. And but now it has turned into just a fetish parades, basically. And I think that's what he's getting at there. Swambot says, replying to Elf Support, I think she sounds like a toddler that found mom's brandy stash. AOC. Yeah, she's not very bright. But she knows which way the wind is blowing. I think she's like a Trudeau, where she's just got this. She's not bright, but she's got animal cunning. Elf Support says, this guy, it's Victor Davis Hanson, has a pretty sick golden warrior helmet mask behind him. Well, he's a classicist. And he's a professor of like classics, ancient Greek history and Roman history and that sort of thing. So yeah, he's really into that stuff. Canuck Six Stringer says, VDH is very much in tune with reality. Yeah, I agree. He's great. We're big fans on this channel. How about this? So the people that had to live under communism at any point in their lives have different opinion. They have very strong opinions about the Mamdamis of the world. Farm Girl Carrie posted this. This young Russian-born woman points out that New Yorkers, by electing Mamdani as their mayor, have become the tree that has chosen the axe. Let's listen to this. Of course, leftists, they will not listen to these people. They refuse to.
Russian community is extremely sorry for New York City. We all woke up to shocking news. Most shocking that Americans do not understand what's going on. A lot of Russians commented that trees chose the axe. This is extremely, extremely surprising to me that Americans don't see that they're choosing and going towards socialism and communism. Moreover, when I took my civic test to become American citizen, one of the questions was, what is the greatest threat to America and American system? And the answer is communism. But maybe you don't understand what communism is. Russians need to remind you because we live there. We don't want this here. Russians are not against Muslims. A lot of Russia is Muslim. We are against sects and radical extremist movements, just to clarify. I think what happened to New York City is the greatest loss in American history. You don't understand what America is. America is a country that gives equal opportunity to everybody. If you're lazy, you don't want to work, you get what you deserve. And all immigrants are coming here to get the opportunity. When you are equalized by the government, it means the opportunity is taken away from you. How you don't understand this? And this is the opposite of what America is. I am an immigrant. And technically, you would say that I'm supposed to support him and support this. But I'm a Russian immigrant. Country that fell. Everybody lost everything. One day in 1991, all Russians woke up and they lost everything. Everything that was in their savings accounts, bank accounts, it was gone. The country failed because it was on the road of socialism. It is hard to be competitive in market economy because you have to provide good service. You have to work hard. If you're just stealing from those who are working hard and giving it away to minorities and immigrants, the system is going to fall. All this money that you're getting from wealthy people, they will go somewhere else. And Russia would say, do not cut the tree you're sitting on. Let me know in comments what you're thinking and why Americans are using term democracy and liberalism to describe socialism nowadays. I simply don't understand that.
Well, she's saying it's like a lot of Americans don't know what communism is. And yeah, it's because they don't. And that's by design. That's by design. It's been hidden from them. And they've been misled. And this is overwhelmingly, Marxism is overwhelmingly the preferred ideology of professors. And now increasingly, K through 12, certainly like all of the top leadership, like the unions, all just totally infected with Marxists at this point. And so you're either going to get a neutral or very positive view of communism. So neutral at best, right? They're not going to tell you the truth about it. They're not going to tell you to go pick up some Solzhenitsyn or just like any real history book. All right, give me 1 second, you guys. Give me a couple of minutes. Hold on. I got to take just a short break and I will be right back. I'll put this on for you. 2 seconds. All right. Thank you very much for your patience, everybody. Go ahead and this is a great time to suggest go ahead and subscribe to the channel now. Super important. Get your free good karma by liking the stream right now. Right now. You don't want to die. I'm telling you, just do it right now. You'll feel a lot better. For whom the bell tolls, all of that stuff. Just go ahead and like the stream. It's so very, very important to all of us. All right. In these troubled times, would you turn your back on some genuine, made up good karma? I wouldn't do it. I'm not crazy. All right. Maybe we should do an ad. Let's see. How about the crypto.com ad? That's a fun one. We love that one. Let's be clear. Cryptocurrency is no longer emerging. It's here. And this latest move cements that reality in the biggest way yet. Trump Media Group just inked a massive $6.4 billion deal with Crypto.com, the world's top crypto platform. They're teaming up to scoop up $6.4 billion in CRO, the powerhouse token that fuels fast, low-fee DeFi, staking rewards, and real-world perks like cashback on your spends to launch America's first CRO treasury. When it's done, this new company will be the biggest CRO holder out there. Want in on the action? Head to crypto.com today and grab some CRO. Let's make crypto great again. Beautiful. Nailed that one. The most beautiful ad of all. Big, beautiful ad there, crypto.com. Beautiful, beautiful ad. Everybody loves it. Everybody had a great time. Everybody will remember that. Tell their grandchildren about it. I know what's going on. I'm not delusional. Let's see. What are you guys saying? Let's go back to the chat for a minute. Let's see. Trudeau survivor looked up into the New York Police Department Pride Parade story. Yeah, so I guess the NYPD said that the officers could go, but they couldn't wear their uniforms. Is that it? It seems like the parade told the cops they couldn't wear their guns. Oh, it seems like the parade told their cops, and the NYPD turned that into them being banned by the Pride organization. Okay. Oh, yeah. So there's been a rash of Pride organization, Pride parade committees and stuff that's saying they don't want the police at the parades. Now, the reason the police go is to protect them, right? Because it's just public safety. But they just got caught up in, the wokeness is so absurd, and the tendrils get into everything. But I mean, if you're a cop and you can't wear your gun, well, I don't know. That seems stupid. I think you can almost consider that to be a ban. Hey, Rosie, how you doing? Let's see. Rosie got like number 7. Well, I'm going to have to say that's a 1.75. Good karmas for you. Happy times. Let's see. Elf Support says, I know it's been like that for the professors probably at least since 1980. Well, no, I think it really started to get bad in the aughts, I think, and into the 90s and then the aughts. In terms of Marxist professors. Unions, I'm sure, were earlier. Yeah. But how long has that been true for K through 12 teachers? 15 years? I think it's been about the last 15 years it's really got through. Because also those, the training, the education degrees, all of that, that is all super woke and Marxist now. So if you want to become a teacher and get your degree in education, yeah, you have to go through the wokeness. Let's see. Plunder World says, how you doing, Plunder World? This puppeteer is making my Pinocchio tell lots of lies. I don't even know what that means. Rosie says, crypto ad 9 out of 10. That's the most you can get out of 10. Everybody knows that. Still no commie hate. Well, I can't. I have to stick to the script. But I am so glad to have a distraction from work. Your score goes up. Well, thank you so much, Rosie. All right. Let's go back to New York again. There's still more. And it's just interesting. I mean, it's a big deal, actually, that you got a commie mayor in New York City, the financial capital of the world. So let's see, Dame Scorpio there. Governor Ron DeSantis unveils a new Florida policy that could be the final nail in the coffin for New York City. With socialist Zoran Mamdani poised to become New York City's next mayor, DeSantis made a direct pitch to every NYPD officer thinking about leaving. Well, let's take a look. I'm sure there must be a lot of them, although you know that there's definitely a bunch. By now, there's probably a lot of like commies, Marxists, woke cops there, right?
It is going to come back and bite the city. He is so far left, and he mixes his leftism with Islamism. He's going to make the de Blasio years look like the golden age. And I can tell you in Florida, we're affected by this just with the law enforcement alone. If you're working at NYPD, do you want to go out there and risk your life knowing that the mayor hates you? No, a lot of them are not going to want to do that. And in Florida, we've established a $5,000 recruitment bonus. So if you are somebody that doesn't want to serve under that guy as mayor, you come to Florida, any state or local law enforcement agency, you get $5,000 right at the top. It is going to come back and bite the city.
Well, they'll get some good cops there. And see, the problem is that the problem is, and the reason why cities don't get better, I mean, the idea was, we all used to say, okay, so, San Francisco, eventually, they will see the bitter fruits of their ideology and then they will wake up. No, they don't wake up. They never wake up, right? New York City is not going to wake up. The good people are going to leave and the bad people are going to flock there. And that's it. So it'll just become more and more entrenched. The Marxism, the anti-Americanism, the anti-Westernism, the wokeness, it's just going to become more and more entrenched because woke the woke will flood into that city, especially if there's a bunch of free stuff, giveaways, right? Mamdani, free buses. I don't think that's going to happen, but, I'm sure there's lots of people who would be, well, obviously there's going to be a lot of people that are going to be drawn to these kinds of offers, right? Government-run grocery stores, all of this stuff, just expecting a bunch of free stuff. And the good people, the people that produce, the people that know their history are going to leave. And it gets more and more entrenched. Let's see. I'm not waiting. I'm not holding my breath any longer for San Francisco to wake up or LA. And it needs to be stated as well, while we're on the topic, that New York is, about a third foreign born. So in a very real sense, New York City is about a third, not American. I mean, they're not, right? People who are born and raised in other countries, different ideas, right? Different ethics, different, culture, different politics, a different way of viewing the world. Let's see. So from the Babylon Bee, Mamdani moves mayor's office under Children's Hospital. Just like Hamas, just like his heroes in Hamas. That's damn funny. Let's see. Ventilator, how you doing? Good to see you. Let's see. Spambot says, in Alberta, the union, which is mandatory, is also the controlling board of mandates. Well, the union there is very woke. I mean, they might as well be. If you saw footage of these the striking teachers in Alberta, and you just said that they were in San Francisco, or Chicago, you just believe it. They're all the left. They are clones. They're just clones. It doesn't matter which country, any Western country. They are indistinguishable from each other. They're all exactly the same. So even in, the most conservative province in Canada, the woke tendrils are in everything. It's infected everything, right? It's in every single institution, even in Alberta. The universities there, sorry, woke as hell. Ventilator, hit the like button. That's wise words from the ventilator. What a good person the ventilator is. Hit that like button. Fantastic stuff. Get your extra good karma. Let's move along. What's going on here? I meme, therefore I am. You can't make this shit up. So, all right. So, delusional people in the West. Delusional people. Dental student living in a multi-million-dollar apartment with a doorman in New York City who shops in Soho, one of the city's most expensive neighborhoods, celebrates a communist Muslim's win. Why women celebrate it is just beyond me. I think it's like they can put on, they can put on their Handmaid's Tales outfits and protest or go somewhere and, lift their shirts up to protest something. But like the real patriarchy is there. Like there's a real one. Like obviously you can't, the kind of hysterics and hysterical protesting and stuff and public nudity and stuff. Like you can't do that in this far right dictatorship, patriarchy country. You just can't do that. You wouldn't be able to do it. The fact that you can do it means that you're not in that. But that does exist all over the world. There's lots of places. There's a bunch of Muslim countries where, none of that stuff is going to fly. But I guess ignorance is bliss, I guess.
It's day one of Zoran Mamdani being elected in New York City, and look what he's brought upon us. Even God is happy because look at this. The world is healing. It's day one of Zoran Mamdani being elected.
The world is healing. She's got no idea what's coming. Zero. Originally, the term useful idiot was Lenin used it for people like this. So people with money who could donate to him, it was champagne socialists. Those were the useful idiots to Lenin. And this is really the perfect useful idiot right here. No idea what they're asking for. No idea what they really, no idea what they want actually is. New York Muslim influencer that helped get Zoran Mamdani elected, pushing content says now begins the time to convert the New York City population to Islam and begin building new mosques. It just immediately begins.
Now that means we are all converting to Islam. I've already got one friend converted tonight. So the lines to begin conversion will begin tomorrow morning, bright and early, 8 a.m. There will be mosques being built on every single block. But in the meantime, start outside my door. I am happy to help you convert, happy to be there on your journey. If you'd rather do it with somebody else, totally understand. You have to be safe, you have to be comfortable. But I'm so glad to have you, my brothers, my sisters, my siblings, on this journey. All right, y'all, the Islamic Caliphate.
So I guess while the invasion part is happening, she's allowed to show her hair and her arms and stuff for now. But I don't know. I mean, you take a look at, I don't know, what is there, 60 Muslim countries? And I think it's not going to go well. Let's see. Let's go New York. Well done. This is from American Papa Bear. So big shout out to the 80% females who voted for him. Well, let's take a look here. I think this guy is making fun of them. Let's take a peek.
Let's fucking go, baby. Let's go, New York. Well done. Congratulations to Mamdani. Super huge shout out to all of his voters, but a big shout out to the 80% females that voted for him. The women under 30. Congratulations and well done. It's wild. 1 minute you guys are crying about oppression, the next minute you're voting for it. I love it. And I know you guys voted this way because your liberal teachers told you to, and because you think you're going to get something free from it. And you might get a loaf of bread when you're standing in 5 boroughs waiting for your fucking scraps. Oh, I bet y'all women are excited too. Like y'all going out getting in designer Durkas and shit. Getting all signed up for the handmade Haji tails and shit. I'm guessing you ladies are about to start taking classes on how to shut the fuck up because you're no longer allowed to speak. Oh, it's a beautiful thing. To the rest of the world.
Yeah. It's well, let him continue. Hold on.
Well, maybe now you understand why we want to do away with the 19th Amendment, because all of our fucking problems come from the 19th Amendment. Yes, ladies, you are the fucking problem. Damn, when you think women can't get any fucking dumber. Boom! Honestly, I wish I could be a fucking fly on the wall in New York. I want to watch this shit. I want to watch y'all stand in line in the 5 boroughs for your scraps. I want to watch y'all get your ass beat in the streets. I really want to watch you reap what you fucking sow. And I would pay pay-per-view prices for that shit. I love all of you. I'm your Huckleberry.
I heard somewhere today, I don't know how true it is, that if women didn't vote, and I'm not suggesting that women shouldn't be able to vote. I think the problems are really come down to universities and at schools, all the way down to kindergarten at this point. But and yes, that is also tied in with women being very heavily involved, especially in K through 12. But I heard somewhere earlier today, and I'm not sure how accurate this is, but it said I think Republicans would win 80% of elections if only men voted. And certainly when you look at polling, yes, it would be Republican presidents forever. In Canada, it would be conservative governments forever. So there is something to it. And it has to do with agreeableness and disagreeableness and the difference between those traits with the sexes. I have a theory, which is not you. I didn't come up with it, but I think Jordan Peterson actually voiced this years ago now, because it seems mystifying why feminists would be drawn towards Islam, because you could spend 30 seconds on Google and realize that, okay, so you've got it pretty good in the West, and the religion that you seem to be fetishizing is everything that you say that you're against. And I wonder if it's this kind of deep need for dominant men. I'm not talking all women, I'm talking about leftist women. So they actually do crave this kind of very dominant alpha male society. And they feminized all of the men, at least the men that are in their, in their leftist milieu. So they're not attracted to the leftist men. So they actually crave that patriarchy that they've destroyed within their own movement. It makes as much sense as anything else. I mean, they could just become right wing or conservatives. That would seem to be better. At least they could keep their rights, like be able to leave the house without a male family member, that sort of thing. It's weird though. Elf Support says, have you thought they're told by feminism that they're an oppressed minority? Well, they are told that, even though it doesn't make any sense because they're half the people. And so are Muslims. No comprehension of the world outside of North America. Yeah, it's stupidity, and it's intentional stupidity. Oppressed oppressor. Trudeau survivors just coming out and saying, he's just saying it. Abolish 19. Rosie says, Richie, you're too kind. Need for dominant men. No, just blind and stupid. I think there's a little something to it, I have to say, because, I mean, didn't 50 Shades of Grey sell more copies than the Bible? Right? And that's just all about, a woman, a typical liberal woman just being, basically sexually humiliated for, 400 pages. All right. Let's keep going. Yeah, here's Mamdani saying he supports abolishing private property. So this is the guy they voted for. I think that his plan is ultimately to make it unprofitable to be a landlord in New York and then buy up the buildings and then turn it into public housing, which will be a disaster for New York and for the people that have to live in those unmaintained, miserable buildings. It just turned everywhere into a slum.
My platform is that every single person should have housing. And I think faced with these two options, the system has hundreds of thousands of people unhoused, right? For what? And if there was any system that could guarantee each person housing, whether you call it the abolition of private property or you call it, just a statewide housing guarantee, it is preferable to what is going on right now.
Well, yeah, because nobody's ever tried that before. So, I mean, I guess actually it has been tried and it's been disastrous and everybody hated it. Even though it sounded nice, the free candy sounded nice. Let's see. White and black women celebrate Mamdani win. Sharia law starts now. Oh, it's that same lady there. I think she's a Quisling for the feminists. I think she's yeah.
Sharia law starts now. Absolutely. Zohran Mamdani, Islamic Caliphate, our brother in Islam, Islamic Caliphate of New York starts today, baby.
God, there is just something so electric, so satisfying about knowing that my MAGA parents, wherever they are probably having a horrible night tonight. Oh, I literally just got goosebumps.
This is how awful they are. Like, she's wishing ill on her parents. Like, the thought of her parents being miserable is bringing her joy. Like, you can disagree with your parents, right? But the thought that it would bring them pain and then to be happy about that, like it thrills her. I bet you they're really nice. I bet you they've done everything that they could to give her as good of a life as possible. Probably. I mean, she's in contact with them, apparently. Like, this is just, like, there is something so rotten at the core of this ideology that turns people into this.
Thinking about it, like they are in such a bad mood probably about the fact that Zoran just won and Prop 50 is gonna pass. Like, wow. God, I'm sorry. It just makes me feel good that my MAGA parents are probably upset right now. When the day
makes her feel good, gives her goosebumps. Like, it's gross, right? There is something gross and just anti-human at the core of this. And these people all just seem totally deranged.
It starts with Dick Cheney being dead and ends with Mamdani winning. Oh, yes. Oh. I'm so happy. Oh my God, I'm so happy.
Sharia law starts.
Totally crazy. Totally crazy. No idea what they want. They have no idea what they're asking for. Let's see. Mamdani's former intern called activism jihad and confronted police officers as pigs. We watched that one last time, and this is the left now. So this is the left, right? So it's not that old, stoner art teacher from the 80s, right? That old burnout art teacher from the 80s. No, it ain't. It's this now. These people. That's the left. How about this? So you've got Muslims claiming New York for Islam. So this is going to go great for New York. Just great. A third of New York City Jews voted for Mamdani, if you can believe that. That would be all the secular Jews, right? So like the Orthodox, they know better, right? Or any Jewish person who's ever read a history book knows better. But it's the level of brainwashing, the power of the idea pathogen that turns people into woke zombies, that you can even get a third of Jewish people in New York to vote for this.
We're done hiding. We're done. We're done being tortured and hurt and judged. This is the correct religion. This is the religion that all of humanity needs to be upon, of Islam. And we will not stop until it enters every home. So I want you to repeat after me. I want to hear it in every single district. It should tremble Brooklyn should hear it. The Bronx should hear it. Queens should hear it. Say it as if the Ummah depends on this, my brothers and sisters. La ilaha illallah. Muhammadan Rasulullah. There is no God worthy of worship except Allah, the God of Jesus, the God of Moses, the God of Abraham, and the God of the last and final prophet Muhammad sallallahu alayhi wasallam. We're done.
And this is very appealing to secular leftists. Apparently secular Jews, this is very appealing to them. Very appealing to them. Kind of sounds like forced conversion to me, right? Very appealing to feminists. Very appealing. It's just baffling. It's just baffling. It is, when I say woke mind virus, I'm not being facetious. I mean it literally. These people, they are turned into mindless zombies, woke zombies. There's an idea pathogen, and whatever their purpose in life was before, that's over. Now they're about spreading the mind virus, the idea pathogen, to other weak minds. It's just crazy. Steve Tollison, how you doing, Steve? Says, I can't wait to buy my wife a Durka Burka. I mean, the thing is, for men, if it really came down to it, you know, like, you convert, like, I'm not saying that you should. I'm just saying that for men, like, if you got like an atheist dude, right? And it comes down to, well, I got to say I'm a Muslim. I mean, it's kind of a no-lose situation for you, because all of a sudden, like, there's a bunch of stuff you don't have to worry about anymore, right? Like, you're the king of the castle now. And, you know, your word has to be obeyed. And that's the way that it is. So I think there's a lot of like leftist, like male feminists who probably would be really looking forward to becoming Muslim men in a Muslim marriage in a Muslim community, and everything it's no longer, you know, everything is not adjudicated through like a civil court. It's now through the Islamic court. Because as we know, male feminists are just, you know, actually sneaky fuckers, right? They're just trying to get laid. And that's the strategy that works best for them. And yeah, I think that a lot of those male feminists would be thrilled at the idea of all of a sudden being in this very patriarchal society where all of a sudden they don't have to be pussies anymore. Let's see. Okay. Trudeau Survivor says, evolution has made women resource extraction seeking. Any government that promises free stuff gives them the tingles. It's important to say that we're talking about averages here, right? Because there are women that are taller than men, but men are on average taller, right? There are some women that are strong, not that many, but some women that would be stronger than the average male, right? But it's just in the averages, right? Like, some women are more disagreeable than some men, but on the average, men are more disagreeable, right? So we're never talking about all women, because there's like an enormous amount of variation within the groups, and also an enormous amount of overlap between the two. But yes, evolutionary biology is a thing, and women evolving in an environment where they are not as strong as men have different techniques, different strategies, evolutionary strategies for getting resources. And resources, at the end of the day, that's at the bottom of everything. Like, what's at the bottom of Marxism? It's resources. I don't want to get my own. I want to take some from that person, right? So yeah, there's a lot of truth in that. Rosie says, never saw 50 Shades. Well, it was the book. There was the book first. The popularity of it is astounding. Understanding sexual abuse, having choices subjugated to another's desires. What would possess anyone sane to think it is a good idea? It sold a lot of copies, and and it was all women that bought it. Evolutionary psychology. It's just a real thing. Rosie says these sick women are the same ones who celebrate murdering their own offspring. Yeah, such a weird thing. Such a weird hill to die on. That I just find it gruesome. Let's see. Elf Support says, well, Karl Marx was a Satanist. I don't know anything about that. The ideology is all about inversion of reality. Well, that's the part of the dialectic. Projected at the target, then enforced it to be believed by social, political pressure of political correctness. My understanding is that Karl Marx was just a atheist. Trudeau Survivor says, atheist dude will easily accept Pascal's wager. Yeah. Let's see. But the thing with Pascal's wager is that, like, does it count if you don't actually believe, if you're just pretending? Right? Because it is supposed to be a personal God. And this is I'm not religious myself. I consider myself agnostic, right? But, it's a personal God. So you actually have to mean it, don't you? Let's see. Elf Support says, could the woke virus just be the consciousness of Lenin, whose body has the fluids replaced monthly in a mausoleum, alive pushing Hegelian dialectic on the Western mind, which is hard to comprehend? A lot of it is just zombie Soviet active measures that infected the universities. Like most of... I would say like 95% of the anti-Zionist stuff was all in Soviet English language pamphlets from the 50s. And even the language, I made a video on this, by the way, you guys, so you can look up like on Rumble, look up as I think it's on YouTube as well, as zombie Soviet active measures or zombie Soviet propaganda. All the anti-Zionist Israel stuff. It all actually goes back to, you can look at the pamphlets. It's the same language. They're just repeating the same zombie propaganda from the 50s, from the Soviets. Trudeau Survivor says, the funny thing about most atheists is they eventually give it up and pick a religion. Well, maybe I will. I think if I were to, because I was like a militant atheist for like most of my life. Well, since about 17, I think. And like really obnoxious, like a horrible, obnoxious jackass atheist. And I eventually kind of woke up from that and realized that I actually don't know jack. I don't know anything. Who am I judging people on that? So I decided, well, you know what? Maybe not. I don't know. I guess I'll just have to give it more thought. But I'll just be an agnostic. And I think it was around the time I started to realize that there was an enormous amount of value in Christianity and how deeply connected Christianity was to the success of the West, of Western countries. And it's just clearly the best religion in my mind. You just look at the results. If you're talking about human well-being, well, there's no competitors, right? Spain translates more books into Spanish every year than the entire Muslim world does, or than the entire Muslim world ever has translated into their languages. Like, I don't know, Arabic and whatever other languages. I don't know what it is in Iran. So yeah, in terms of just human well-being, yeah, there's no competition, right? So when you start to recognize these basic truths, it's hard to be cynical and arrogant towards Christianity, in my opinion. So anyway, I've gone from militant asshole, obnoxious militant atheist to agnostic. So maybe I'll end up a Catholic or something. I kind of like the idea of Catholicism and all the ritual and all that kind of stuff. That's just appealing to me. Spambot says to Trudeau Survivor, that doesn't match what I have seen. All my lifelong friends that have been non-theists since childhood are still not theists. And a theist is somebody who just believes in there's a God, but he's not participating in the world. So he's not changing anything. He's not interfering in anything, but he's there. Which was like, I think most of the founding fathers were theists, weren't they? Yeah, I'm trying to think of somebody who has changed their mind on that, and I could think of one person who's gone, maybe not full on religious, but has moved in that direction, more spiritual, I would say. So I don't know. Spambot, I am still an extreme anti-theist. Spambot. Well, I'm not. I used to be. I'm not anymore. I think that the West needs to, I mean, at least just as, cultural Christianity. We need to, I think that would be an antidote to the wokeness and the insanity. Rosie says, try Anglican Church of North America. Isn't that just like a rainbow church now? At this point, it's like a trans church or something. Plunderworld asks, then what do atheist women shout while making love? Do you have the punchline? Myself, is that what they do they call it their own name? Elf Support asks, Richie, how long have you been anti-communist? I've pretty much always been anti-communist. Even when I was a liberal, I was an anti-communist because I wasn't a leftist. I was an actual kind of more traditional liberal at the time. So traditional liberals knew that communism was bad, but I did flirt with socialist stuff, like I guess more like Swedish style socialism. That's not really so, like Sweden is a capitalist country, but social programs, that sort of thing. Let's see. That's when I was younger, but really it was most of my adult life until about 10 years ago, really. Steve Tollison says, I hope you have the knees to go Catholic. Well, that's a problem. All right. Let's get back to it. What are we going to here? What were we doing? All right. So, I think we're done with the New York stuff. That's where we were. I don't think we need to go there. All right. So this I was very surprised to see today. So the conservatives, Canadian conservatives, actually voted to prevent the government from falling and triggering an election today. Now, there's going to be more opportunities for them to do that, right? On the 17th is going to be the final vote on it. But they could have actually triggered an election today. Now, you have the budget, and if the so the ruling party puts together the budget, right? So they put out the budget. The other parties have to support it if it's a minority government. If they don't, then the government falls, and then you have an election. Election is called. And there's an opportunity for the opposition parties to amend the budget that's been given to them by, in this case, the Liberals. And those also count as confidence votes. So the Bloc put forward their amendments, and the Bloc obviously voted for it. The NDP voted for it. So and also Elizabeth May with the Greens voted for it. So if the Conservatives had voted for it, that would have triggered an election. And instead the Liberals voted against, and instead the Conservatives voted against it. So no election triggered. Now, that's not the end of things, right? An election can still be triggered, but we don't know which way the NDP is going to go on the final vote. And if history is any lesson, they'll prop up the Liberals. So we could have had an election today. And there are reasons, and there's reasons that are, reasonable. But I kind of want another election, right? I'm not really interested in waiting around for the liberals to, to maximally destroy the country. I mean, I think we're almost certain to have an election next year anyway, which the conservatives would probably prefer because the country will continue to unravel under liberal leadership and certainly under this budget. But I'm of the mind that you just got to go for it. Now maybe there will still be an election. Like right away. Maybe they vote on the 17th, will trigger an election, but we don't know. I have to feel like there's going to be a lot of conservatives unhappy with this because we could have triggered an election today. They could have triggered an election today. And if you're looking at the polling, I mean, Abacus is typically the most accurate one, has the conservatives in a very good position. So an election would be very risky for the liberals at this point. NDP and Green leader Elizabeth May backed the Bloc Québécois amendment, meaning Conservative leader Pierre Poilievre's caucus single-handedly kept the Liberal government from being defeated. Conservatives help Liberals survive confidence vote, defeat Bloc amendment. I'm not personally not happy with this. I think they should have just gone for it. Maybe there will still be the election. Maybe the budget will still fail. I don't know, but it was right there. Prime Minister Mark Carney has survived a confidence vote for the second time this week after MPs overwhelmingly defeated a Bloc Québécois amendment to the government's recent budget. The Bloc called on the House of Commons to reject the budget on the basis that it did not provide a top-up for old age security recipients and contained insufficient measures to fight climate change, among other grievances. So, as for reasons why they would have not supported the Bloc on this and trigger an election now, well, do they want to do it on the Bloc's terms? That's a question. Do they want to vote for something that has a bunch of crazy climate change spending in it? And just a bunch of, like a huge amount of spending in general that would make the deficit even worse or much worse. So there's one reason there. Although, it doesn't, you have to say at the same time, I mean, it's not binding, right? It goes to an election. The party that wins, can do what they want. Well, especially if, the party that wins can, put forward the legislation that they want and the budgets that they want. The amendment was defeated by a margin of 306 to 30 on Friday, though NDP MPs and Green leader Elizabeth May backed the sovereigntist proposal. Now, maybe the Conservatives know something. Maybe they know that the NDP and Elizabeth May are going to vote down the budget on the 17th. Maybe everybody just knows, and they wanted to. And it was a bit of positioning. It feels a bit risky to me, though. If you really want an election, right? Now, maybe that the Conservatives generally don't want one now. And I can see there's good reasons for that, right? Because I think it's pretty predictable that support for Liberals will go down the longer that Carney's in power and things get worse. Although that's not a guarantee. Things happen, right? Like, look at what happened with Trump and the tariff stuff, right? Unexpected things happen, or things that are out of your control happen. I would have liked to have just seen an election. I think the Conservatives are actually in a good position to win a minority government right now. It was the Conservatives that helped the government from being defeated. So I don't know what's going to happen. I don't know if the budget will get through. I don't know. As for polling in Canada right now, Pierre Poilievre, for all of the caterwauling, and all of the kind of hand-wringing in the media about Pierre Poilievre's in trouble and division within the party, Pierre Poilievre is still in polling, he is still the he's still very popular with conservatives and seen as the most likely to defeat the Liberals. Houston, CPC, 27% in a vote. Garda, 28%. You can see 24%. Lanceman, 23%. I like Lanceman. I like Giovanni as well, 24%. I don't know how good this polling is. But I think he's the strongest leader. Although I'm not crazy. I would have liked to have had an election now, like right now, right? I would have liked to have seen them back up the block amendment and budget amendment and just trigger an election. But what do I know? Let's see. So let's go back to the chat for a second. And everybody watching on YouTube, Rumble people don't need to worry. Everything's going to the same place. New channel, Radio Baloney News. All of the U.S. stuff, the world stuff, the meme reviews, all of that wonderful stuff is going here now. It won't be on this channel that you're watching right now. This is Canadian news and live streams only. So you got to subscribe to Radio Baloney News. It is the featured channel on the homepage. So go there and do that. Super fun. All right. Spambot Fodder says what was blocked was the block amendment that would have been very bad for the rest of Canada. Yeah, but that it wouldn't have been made law, right? They would have triggered an election, and so it doesn't. If I understand it correctly, it doesn't really mean anything. Like in terms of framing, perhaps, but hold on. I just want to look for one other thing. Was there something else in here? Hold on. I thought I had something else. No, I don't. Okay. Well, whatever. Okay. Let's go back here. Trudeau's Forever asks, has the Alberta referendum date been set? I don't think so, but you guys can Spambot. You can let us know in the chat there. You know about all that. Ventilator says, not a fan of the spilled drink girl. Seeing it once is enough. My opinion only. Just saying, prefer Fence Girl. Well, I mean, there ain't nothing wrong with Fence Girl. I'll tell you that much. Hold on. What the hell? Oh, that's why. Okay, we got to go back. Oh, hold on a second. All right. I really hate it when that happens. Let's see. Where is it? Way down, way down. There we go. Okay. Let's go back. There we go. All right. I think Fence Girl is way down at the bottom. Hold on. There we go. It's been too long. It's been way too long since we've had Fence Girl. One of the original muses of the channel. Rosie says, Fence is good. I like the one who shoots the shotgun accurately with one hand. That's a good one. We had her on the last stream. Trudeau Survivor says, like the barista girl. You know, there's a bunch of old favorites we haven't been to in a while, so we'll have to do that. Let's see. Radio Streamer, how you doing? Good to see you. Storms in the area are not doing me a lot of favors. Just wanted to get on and say hello to everyone. Keep up the great work, Richie. Well, thank you very much, Streamer. Hope the weather isn't too terrible there. Spambot says, the longer Liberals stay in, the better change Alberta leaves Canada. The better chance Alberta leaves Canada. Yeah, I agree with that 1,000%. 1,000%. There would still be and I think for good reason, there would still be independence, separatist sentiment in Alberta, even if Pierre Poilievre had won and started implementing sane policies and good policies for Alberta. And there'd still be good reasons to want independence, but it would have been less. I think that my sense is that it's building quickly in Alberta. And the longer that the Liberals are in power, that Carney's in power, the more that's gonna happen. Like, there's nothing about pipelines or Alberta energy in the budget at all, right? So, actions speak louder than words, right? And yeah, Mark Carney has not become he's not become conservative. He's not passing conservative legislation as these liberal commentators are deluding themselves into. Mark Carney is woke as fuck. Woke as fuck, and he's a climate zealot. And what he's doing reflects that. But yeah, I agree, Spambot. The better for your case, the longer he stays in. Let's see. Oh, it sounds like it's pretty serious weather for Radio Streamer. Yeah, we'll be thinking of you, sending out prayers. Let's see. Steve Tolson says, my first and favorite is Noodle Lady. Well, she's the tops of all time. Number one best ever. Everybody knows that. All right. So, the Carney budget. So, and going back to the Conservatives voting against the block amendment, the Conservatives are going to vote against the budget. They are going to. On 17th, they are going to vote against it. The only question at that point is, what will the NDP do at that point? So just because they supported this block motion, well, the block motion had billions of dollars more spending. Of course, the NDP is going to support that. More debt, they're going to love that. But it doesn't say anything about whether they'll actually support the Liberal government, bring down the Liberal government when it matters. But in any case, so Brian Lilly posted this. As we fret about the opposition Conservative caucus, Fitch issues a warning about the spending and lack of fiscal control by the Carney Liberal government and what it may do to Canada's credit rating. So this is an issue. When you have a massive debt like Canada does, credit rating affects how much interest you have to pay. So how much it costs you to borrow money. And Canada's, in a tough place right now. We can't afford to spend more, to pay more to borrow the money. We're already spending $1 billion a week, more than we spend more than the federal government sends in transfer payments for health care to the provinces, right? That's not good, and it's going to get worse, especially with the state of Canadian healthcare right now. So here's Fitch. Persistent fiscal expansion underscores Canada rating pressures. Let's see. Let us go down to the important points. Oh, where's all my highlights? They seem to have all disappeared except for this bit. All right, let me see what I Fitch ratings, New York, Canada's a AA+ stable proposed budget. So Canada's proposed budget, announced in Parliament on November 4th, underscores the erosion of the federal government's finances, says Fitch Ratings. While Canada's rating is broadly stable, persistent fiscal expansion. Let me make this bigger. Persistent fiscal expansion and a rising debt burden have weakened its credit profile and could increase ratings pressure over the medium term. This may be exacerbated by persistent economic underperformance caused by tariff risks and structural challenges, including low productivity. Canada's not in good shape. The parts that I underlined before have been underlined for some reason, but let's see if I can figure out which ones. Combined with sizable non-budgetary financing needs, mainly support of enterprise crown corporations, the higher deficits will substantially increase general government gross debt, which we forecast to reach 91.8% of GDP in 2025 from 88.6% in 2024, before accelerating to 98.5% by 2027, nearly double the forecast AA median of 49.6, going in the wrong direction. That's what that means. Let's see. Let's just read this here. However, the Canadian government has a track record of upward deficit revisions. So basically that means that the Liberal government has a history of lying about how much debt it's racking up, with subsequent budget updates consistently worse than prior projections. Given that these rules are non-binding and prior versions have been ignored, federal finances run a high risk of further deterioration. Most recently, for instance, the government breached all 3 budget 2024 guideposts, which included capping the federal deficit at $40.1 billion, maintaining a declining debt to GDP ratio, and 3 shrinking deficits. That means that you can't believe what the government says. So they lie. They make things up, or they're just incompetent. That's what that means. I just have to keep showing this because it's important. So, however rosy the media projection of this is, you can't forget this, and it's coming up in just a second. You cannot forget this. This is the parliamentary budget officer appointed by Mark Carney himself.
Stupefying, shocking, right? This is not like it's not a funny fiscal outlook.
The public.
That's just a couple of months ago. Hold on. Media was never keen for you to see that. Let's see. Oh yeah, Carney's budget also includes expenditures to streamline asylum claimants and temporary workers becoming permanent residents. Just what we needed in Canada. Canada that's already full. And it's only going to cost $120 million over 4 years. That's all. It's just madness. It's just, we can't take any more people. We're full, but on the hook for $120 million over 4 years to just guarantee it, to make sure that we fulfill our obligation to Klaus Schwab or the UN or something. Budget 2025 also proposes to undertake a one-time measure to accelerate the transition of up to 33,000 work permit holders to permanent residency in 2026 and 2027. This is madness. This is utter and complete madness. These workers have established strong roots in their communities. So what? Paying taxes, so what? And are hoping to build the strong economy Canada needs. Canadians should have those jobs. They are here to drive down wages. That's why they're here. The fiscal cost of this measure is $19.4 million over 4 years. So you've got to pay for it. You've got to pay for it as well. It's not just bad enough that it's happening, that the government hates you that much. You've got to pay for them to wreck your country. Unbelievable. What's this? From Polling Canada, those who say X is acceptable as part of the upcoming budget. Higher taxes on higher income Canadians, 59%, of course. of course. What could go wrong? Government spending cuts to reduce deficit 55%. Okay, I'm actually impressed that's high enough. It's that high. Running a larger deficit to avoid cuts 30%. That's going in the right direction. Government raising old age from 65 to 67, 24%. So, all right, let's talk about the conservatives. Let's talk about the conservatives voting with the liberals to not bring down the government today. So I asked Grok about this. The voting record is accurate. Conservatives joined liberals in defeating the bloc's budget amendments, which House Leader Stephen McKinnon deemed a confidence matter, while NDP, Bloc, and Greens supported them. This preserved the minority government short term, but Poilievre's strategy prioritizes triggering elections on conservative terms, avoiding implicit endorsement of Bloc demands, potentially favoring Quebec interests. It says no baffling betrayal, because that's how it's being portrayed by some conservatives now, or certainly liberals would be wanting conservatives to believe that, so they'd be saying it. No baffling betrayal, parliamentary tactics in minorities demand, nuance beyond binary votes. I mean, there's good reasons. But still, I don't know. I just kind of want the election. I think that an election right now, the Conservatives can win. They can get a minority government, I think. What is that from? All right. I want to show you some of so the budget is a 78 billion deficit, and that's what they're saying right now. So it will be more than that, guaranteed. It's the liberals. It'll be more than that, but they're saying it's going to be 78 billion deficit, which is a massive, massive deficit that Canada can't afford. So I thought we'd take a look. This budget's like 500 pages. I thought we'd take a look through just a little bit. Here's chapter 3, 3.1, 3.2, and 3.3, and just see what's in this. Now, supercharging home building across the country. All right, so supercharging, that sounds really good. Canada continues to face a steep housing supply gap. Well, yeah, bringing in millions of people in a very short amount of time and continuing to do that, yeah, it's going to cause really a shortage of everything, inflation for everything. But yeah, it's not been good for housing because people need places to live. Let's see. Home building must nearly double to between 430,000 and 480,000 units per year over the next decade, while the Parliamentary Budget Officer estimates 290,000 units annually would be needed to close the housing supply gap. So what are we getting? Let's see. I hope that all of the things I highlighted are still highlighted in here. Here we go. All right. Build Canada Homes will focus primarily on non-market housing, supporting a mix of income needs as part of a national effort to double housing construction, restore affordability, and reduce homelessness. Okay. With an initial investment of $13 billion over 5 years. So what are you going to get for that? Let's see. Developing public land sites and prioritizing innovative factory-built housing. Factory-built housing. So there's the shipping containers you're going to live in. Starting with 6 sites to build 4,000 factory-built homes with additional capacity of up to 45,000 units across Canada Lands Company's portfolio. So 50,000 homes that nobody ever dreamed about wanting to live in, right? It's also not nearly enough. That is not going to keep up with the massive immigration that continues apace under Mark Carney. Let's see, developing Arbo Downsview. So Build Canada Homes launched a request for qualifications to engage builders for the development of a whopping 540 new homes at Arbo Downsview in Toronto. Well, that's their voting base right there. Let's see. That's only 283 million in federal investment through the Canada Housing Infrastructure Fund. Only 283 million for how many? 540 new homes. Okay. Yeah, that's not going to work. Building a new generation of co-op housing. Of course, because you got to have that socialism in there. The program allocated 423 million in funding in support of 8 new co-op buildings, creating a total of 837 new homes with more to come. It's only 423 million. I'm starting to feel like there's got to be a way that you can make it profitable so that private investment will just spend the money and the government doesn't have to. But that wouldn't be central planning. So Carney, obviously, the technocrat central planner Carney is not going to like that. I can't. This is like, you wonder, is this a joke? Is this a joke? Apparently, it's not. Oh, here we go. This is a great one. Training the next generation of Canadian builders. All right. As announced on October 27th, 2025, Budget 2025 proposes to provide 75 million over 3 years, starting in 26-27, to Employment and Social Development Canada to expand the Union Training and Innovation Program, UTIP, which supports union-based apprenticeship training in the Red Seals trades. Well, that's great. I mean, that'll be great for all like young Canadians to find a job. I'm sure, right? I'm sure there's nothing that would. Oh, wait a second. The program targets key groups. For example, women, Indigenous people, newcomers, persons with disabilities, visible minorities. So if you're like a young white male in Canada, the Liberal Party wants you to know that there'll be somebody who got here 5 minutes ago is in front of you on the line because they think they're more valuable than you. Just anybody else gets in front of you. So I'm afraid you're out of luck. Maybe there'll be some spots left over. This is wokeness. Union Training and Innovation Program, UTIP. Well, let's see. Women who don't really want to be in that. Indigenous people, I could see a lot of young Indigenous people looking for a trade. Newcomers, sure. But like, what about Canadians though, right? Just because they're white and male? Really? I think this government is just evil. This is DEI. It's just wrong. It's just wrong. How does anybody pretend that this is all fair? Let's see. What else have I got? Middle class tax cut. So nearly 22 million Canadians will benefit from tax relief of up to $420 per person, saving 2 income families up to $840 a year. Whoa. So for a 2 income family, you save what, like $60 a month? That's like a quarter of a bag of groceries. Wow. This is great. Great. And of course, they'll be crowing about this, the Liberals, for months now. What else have we got? And this was just from a brief scan of this, right? There's just one tiny part. But you can see why Canada's in so much trouble, why Canada's in so much debt. When you see the pointless, stupid spending that shouldn't even be necessary. Let's see. Funding for the Departments of Women and Gender Equality. Because basically Canada's Afghanistan. Although, are you allowed to say that Afghanistan is like not feminist or patriarchal? Is it racist to say that? I don't know. Probably. There has never been anything less necessary than funding for the Department for Women and Gender Equality. Come on, it's Canada. Can we just stop with the act? You can put your Handmaid's Tales costumes away till next Halloween. Can we just stop? Can we just get over that? Like, just stop the act. You don't really believe that you're living in some evil patriarchy that's keeping women down. No, pretty much anything, any position now, it's an advantage to be a woman, right? Especially if there's not gender parity, right? Like anything like STEM, they're dying to get women in. They'll take a woman over a much more qualified man any day of the week. It is a benefit in terms of LGBTQ, especially any government job. You've got a major advantage. But you have to keep up with this ridiculous charade that there's all of this inequality going on and women are oppressed and everybody's oppressed. No, they're not. There's actually one group that doesn't have any advantages where the government actually actively works against them. And it's the people they pretend are the oppressors, because everything has to be backwards land. Since its establishment in 2018, the Department for Women, so of course, it's a Trudeau thing, right? A Trudeau thing, 2018. The Department for Women and Gender Equality, WAGE, has empowered women and 2S LGBTQI plus people through programs that enhance meaningful participation in our economy, because they wouldn't be able to otherwise, right? Canada is just too evil, it's too patriarchal, it's too, I don't know what, it's too colonialist or something. Wages work extends across government, helping departments and agencies include more Canadians and also less Canadians in shaping and strengthening our country's social and economic fabric. Just the virtue signaling never freaking ends. And if you thought that Mark Carney wasn't woke, he was like a moderate and kind of conservative. No, he's not. He's woke as fuck. He's just as woke as Trudeau, if not more. He's just not as flamboyant as Trudeau. Announced on October 29th, 2025, to ensure WAGE is able to conduct its critical work of pretending that women are oppressed in Canada and provide long-term benefits. Let's see, $382.5 million over 5 years, $76.5 million ongoing, to revitalize and stabilize efforts to advance women's equality in Canada. This is just all a waste of money. It's just an utter waste of money. It's actually divisive, and it hurts Canada. Like, just look at the numbers here. 54 million, 10 million, 223 million. This new funding will support women's organizations in addressing deeply rooted barriers to women's economic prosperity. And they don't exist. These deeply rooted barriers are not real. It's just made up. Support the vision of a Canada free of gender-based violence. Well, we don't want that, obviously, but I'm not sure any of this is going to do anything about it. It's just, this is why Canada is so screwed. These are the priorities. Let's see, what's this one here? Connecting Canadians through cultural experiences and community celebrations. You can tell already, I'm sure watching it up, you can tell already, oh, so this is going to be an enormous waste of money. Culture is experienced locally in our towns, neighborhoods, and public spaces. These investments will bring Canadians together at festivals, national monuments of celebration, and community-driven cultural events across. So people wouldn't do this already? This is when you see your population as children. 21 million over 3 years to Canadian Heritage for the Building Community Through Arts and Heritage program to support local festivals, community anniversaries, blah, 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 blah. You'd be better off just giving this money to a bunch of, young entrepreneurs, right? And hoping like one of them makes it, does something profitable. And it would be a better use of money than this. Like, here's 46 million. Support professionally presented arts festivals. Nobody gives a shit. Let's see. Just giant wastes of money. What's this one here? Investing in Canadian creators and the cultural economy. So investing in woke bullshit. Because that's who gets the money, right? Again, look at this. 48 million, 150 million, 127 million, 26 million, 38 million. $6 million, just all thrown away, wasted money, protecting our national broadcaster, CBC Radio Canada. So Mark Carney offered this bribe to the CBC during the election. And I still find it baffling how it's even legal to do this. Mark Carney said, while Pierre Poilievre was saying he was going to defund the CBC and save that money, because it was just a propaganda arm of the Liberal Party anyway, Mark Carney was offering the CBC an extra $150 million if he won. That's obviously implicit in that, right? They're not going to get it if he doesn't win. So here he's following through on his bribe, and it is just an outright bribe. Yeah, you'll get $150 million, but only if I win. It's astonishing to me how that's even legal. Just an obvious open bribe. Renewing the Canada Strong Pass. So this is like passes to go to parks and things because people wouldn't do it otherwise. Let's see, $116 million. Does any of this seem like just frivolous spending? Or does all of it seem like that? Let's see, anything else in here? Again, this was just one section. This is just one little section, right? And you can see the enormous waste, the wokeness, all the things that we've come to recognize as being appalling about the Canadian government, all contained in this one little section. All right. Let's go back to the chat for a second. What are we, 2 hours into this? I think it's time for Fence Girl again. Let me have some coffee. All right. Let's see. I think there's some crazy chat going on in here. Let's see. Spambot says 5 centimeters of snow on the ground here. Snowed all day. Well, you're in Alberta. Rosie says she loves new snow. It is nice, actually. Trudeau Survivor says gender just rice will save the Canadian economy. Yeah. And by the way, if anybody who missed when we were covering the gender just rice, I think, what was it for? Vietnam or Cambodia or something? Yeah, that was a real thing. It was millions of dollars. And it's just, World Affairs Canada or Canada, what's it called? World Affairs Canada, I think. Is or Global Affairs Canada, sorry. It's full of that stuff. Just massive waste of money. Izzy says, I think people in the East haven't felt the consequences of Commie Carney. I think they're just more indoctrinated. I'm sure they're feeling it. Like Toronto, I'm sure they're feeling it hard, but I guess it's obviously still not enough. Steve Tolson says, Canada, you guys crazy and dumb. Let's see. So, unfortunately, you guys, I had to with the problems that I had getting started. We had the technical difficulties. I had to shut down the stream, restart up again. I had to update the OBS stuff. Now the clips aren't working. I can't do the straight to jail clips or the orc clips or anything. I'll have to work on that tomorrow now. It'll probably take me 8 hours to figure it out. But at least we got the stream started, and we still have the sound effects.
Excuse me while I whip this out.
See? Let's see. Bristletube, how you doing? I identify as a chicken sandwich, he says. A chicken sandwich. What a fine thing to identify as. And he definitely is. If he says he is, he is. So treat him as such. Actually, don't. So that would be cannibalism. Let's see. Trudeau Survivor says, this year's model is shipping containers. Next year's model is dumpsters. Yeah, Carney will have us all living in his prefab shipping containers. Let's see. Bristletube says, does that mean I can get a job at KFC? You can't get a job anywhere in Canada. Unless you're a newcomer. Nevada, how you doing? Good to see you. Nevada says, I got double sticks on the like button. What does that mean? I don't know. Because you can only like once. If you like it again, then it would be gone. But, so, I don't know. I don't know what happened. I don't know everything. Let's see. Rosie says, advance women's equality. What? Women are not, never have been, nor ever will be equal. Everyone is equally valuable. Equal is socialism. Anyone who craves equality is of very low intelligence. Well, Rosie makes a good point here, right? So, I mean, for me, equality only has value when it's equality under the law. So everybody is treated the same, not arbitrary enforcement of the law, right? Otherwise, no, people aren't equal. Like nobody's, for one thing, there are no two people that are exactly the same. Even identical twins are not exactly the same, even though they like weirdly, they can be separated at birth and like go into the same career. And obviously they look exactly the same and they have the same personalities and they marry the same kind of wife and everything. But no, people aren't this idea that equality in everything. And really what they mean is equity, right? So everybody ends up the same, right? Men and women are not the same. And women amongst women are not the same. Some are taller, some are shorter, some are better at basketball, some are worse. Although none of them are really that good, if we're going to be honest with ourselves. But you know what I'm talking about. The constant quest for equalities in ways other than just simply equality under the law is foolish, and it is socialism and communism and collectivism, and it just makes everything terrible. Nevada says, breaking news, Babylon B, Canada orders Toronto Blue Jays players euthanized. That's how Canada do. That's how Canada do. Yeah, that's normal. I think Canada's just like euthanizing more people every year than like just die in like most countries in a year total. Yeah, but I think almost all of the Blue Jays players are Americans anyway, so they probably won't be able to euthanize them. Let's see. Rosie says you could do a straight to jail impersonation. Straight to jail. Right away. There we go. I'll try it as we go through the stream. La 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 la. What else is going on? Bristletube says, then identify as a new chicken sandwich. Everything's up for grabs now. Everything. Let's see. You're the plus. So in the LGBTQ plus, you're the plus. All right. So now what are we doing? So let's get off the Canadian news, shall we, and do some American news, some good old-fashioned American news. All right, January 6th. So I'm seeing some news here. I guess more will come out about this, but from Officer Lou here, less lethal instructor Kirchhoff departed the Capitol Police roughly 6 months after January 6th. Colleagues learned she joined a 3-letter federal intelligence agency. She promptly scrubbed her social media phone numbers and email accounts. Now, this is in reference to the pipe bomb that was found on January 6th and very briefly got a bunch of media attention and then suddenly completely disappeared from the media narrative for some reason. Right? It's the sort of thing they'd want to keep playing up forever, considering that January 6th was the worst event in human history, right? But suddenly, very little interest. Like Ray Epps, all of a sudden, they had zero interest in Ray Epps and had to be forced to confront that eventually. And then it turned out the media loved Ray Epps for some reason. The one J6er that they actually loved, even though he was on camera actually trying to incite people to violence. Amazing. Weird, huh? Weird. Of course, we found out about those, what was it, 70 undercover federal agents at Jan 6 as well. Anyway, it's all just a bunch of really weird stuff, huh? So, what do we got here? What have we got here? So here's somebody, I guess this is the pipe bomber here. Let's take a look. This video. Is there anything else in this? I think I have some other video of this actually coming up. Hold on. Let's see. FBI releases surveillance video of the 2021 Capitol Hill pipe bomber. That looks like it could be a woman there, doesn't it? Looks like a female form. What have we got here? Thomas Massey. Okay, Thomas Massey. You guys know him. So, J6 pipe bomb thread. On 6/7/23, the House Judiciary Committee interviewed Stephen D'Antuono, former FBI assistant director in charge of the D.C. field office. Most of the interview covered topics such as the warrant served at Mar-a-Lago, but I asked questions about the January 6 pipe bombs. If you're just becoming familiar with the rapidly collapsing narrative of the J6 pipe bombs, he suggests reading Darren J. Beatty's comprehensive and insightful coverage of the topic. The purpose of this thread is to post the original transcript of my interview with the FBI. So let's take a look here. I don't know if I want to go through this whole thing right now. Let's just see what I've got underneath this, because it actually goes on forever. I don't think we'll cover this in depth tonight. Maybe it's something more for the Monday stream, because it does go on a long time. We're already 2 hours and 10 minutes into this, but just to make you aware that there does seem to be something happening around this, and potentially they have identified the person who was a police officer who did put the pipe bomb there. I'm hearing things about claims that it was a training exercise. So I don't know, but it's something we're going to keep our eye on anyway. But I don't have enough on it quite yet that I really want to go in depth with it. Let's see. Rosie gave me a 10 out of 10 for effort and innovation for the straight to jail impression. Very well. Well, I shall keep doing it then. All right. This one, I don't know if I want to do right now either, actually. Hold on. Let's see. Some of this stuff, I think I want to do just separate videos for it. Let's see. Victoria 59L posted this. Have they lost their minds? This is not a joke. Carney's cabinet is concerned about how Canadian farmers are too male and too white. So, let's see. Cabinet from Blacklock's reporter. Cabinet complains customers at Farmers Bank are predominantly older white men and will review number of loans to Black and LGBTQ farmers and other underrepresented groups. Well, maybe they're underrepresented because there's fewer of them. And generally, as a group, they're not very interested in it. It's just this constant trying to force, square pegs into round holes all the time. You've got people that want to do it. They know how to do it. They're good at it. Can't support them. No, wrong color. It's just outright bigotry. It's racism. And this is the Liberal Party. Oh, Mark Carney is a moderate. In fact, he's kind of conservative, actually. No, he's not. He is woke as all hell. He loves this stuff. I mean, he had the ESG fund at Brookfield. He's a net zero climate zealot, okay? Mark Carney is not a moderate. He is a radical leftist. And when will Canada wake up and realize this? The cabinet has requested a review of the federal government's agricultural bank to investigate this concern of theirs. There's like tent cities all over Canada with winter. And This is the kind of stuff that they obsess about. This is the stuff that they obsess about. This is not a joke. Quote, a Crown Bank Farm Credit Canada of Regina, faces new federal scrutiny of its loan portfolio. Cabinet, in a notice, said it would review lending to Black, LGBTQ, and women farmers, noting agriculture currently is, quote, predominantly older white men. The fact that they would see that as a problem shows just how corrupt and woke and ideological this awful government is. Why should that be a problem? Why should that be a problem? Why can't you just leave them alone? The people who want to do it and know how to do it and are good at it. If you want to know why so many people starve to death under communist governments, it's because of central planning. It's because of the government, of course, has to take control, and the people who know what they're doing are no longer running it. It's being run by ideologues who don't know, don't care. They're obsessed with things like diversity and a representation. And, you know, is there enough Black LGBTQ? Which, again, it's madness. It's total insanity. Debbie says, seems sexist, racist to me. I do not care one iota what gender, color, person grows my food. Well, this is the thing. It's madness. Just the fact that they would care, they would see that it's predominantly older white men and think that's a problem. Why? Because they're older white men. That's it. It's just straight up bigotry. Special Needs Nation says, communism, it's all communism. 100%. Let's see. Pot calling the kettle not black enough. Too many. Well, there's lots of women in there, though, and there's, you know, let's see. And probably half of them are trans. Let's see. Let's see. And variety stores, gas stations, and food service aren't white enough. I wonder if they'll look into that. No, it only ever goes one way, right? It only ever goes one way. It's like what we learned with feminism. It turned out they wanted parity, but they didn't want parity. Actually, they just wanted to take over anything that was good. Like they didn't want to take over waste management. Not really interested in that. All right, let's move on. Let's see what's going on. Free Speech Union posted this. So here's Richard Dawkins talking about modern gender theory and the incoherence. And, you know, there's just been two sexes, you know, for like all of time. And now, 15 minutes ago, all of a sudden, there's a bunch of imbeciles who think they've got a better answer. Richard Dawkins, he is a very hardcore atheist. And I read, back when I was a militant atheist, I read the God Delusion, which most of that is actually just evolutionary biology, right? Like evolution. That's how he makes most of his points. But I read, I read a few of his books. I read The God Delusion. I read The Blind Watchmaker, which is an excellent book. If you want a book like a primer on evolution, natural selection, great book to read. And there was another one, I can't remember what it was right off the top of my head, but a very smart guy. And he has his opinions. But I think when it comes to like biology, he's a good place to go to, right? To cut through the nonsense. He hates Trump. He's totally Trump deranged. He's one of the interesting old school liberals, completely Trump deranged, and will vote for people that hate him And in fact, I think he's just conservative deranged, like all the guys in Monty Python, right? Totally Trump and conservative deranged, and will vote for the people that hate them and want to see them censored and removed from history. A weird thing. But in any case, I think he's making sense here.
Well, for the last 2 billion years, there have been just two sexes. And then suddenly, within the last 10 years or so, a whole lot more started to get invented. I am a biologist. I'm an evolutionary biologist. And every single paper that you read about animal behavior, evolutionary biology, evolutionary psychology, in the animal kingdom and the plant kingdom simply takes the two sexes for granted. And by the way, so do all the biologists who allegedly believe that there's a spectrum of sexes. When they actually do their biology, when they actually do their research, of course, they simply talk about males and females. They know what the difference is. It's not that difficult, actually. And so, yes, the second part of my essay is an account of this. It talks about the biological criterion for sex differences, which is anisogamy, the difference between large macrogametes over eggs and small microgametes, which is universal throughout the animal and plant kingdoms. The only exceptions are in fungi and some algae. And there's good mathematical modeling to explain why anisogamy is stable, why anisogamy is favored by natural selection. Isogamy, the equal gametes, where you have two equal-sized gametes, does exist in a few things like algae and fungi, and there are good mathematical models showing how this is unstable, and you get a runaway selection towards anisogamy, where you have this large gametes and small gametes. That's the definition, the biological definition of sex differences. In practice, sex differences are determined in various different ways in different parts of the animal kingdom, like chromosomes in some places, chromosomes in mammals, chromosomes in birds. In some reptiles, it's done by temperature. So that's very variable, but the fundamental sex divide, the fundamental binary, is this anisogamy, the difference between the large gametes and small gametes. That is universal. There are no exceptions to that. There are no intermediates.
So, two sexes. That's what he's saying. But what about seahorses? What about seahorses? They like to throw out these like non sequiturs that mean nothing in relation to, like humans. But seahorses, though. Okay. Algae. All right. Very well. Nice one there. You're so clever, leftist. They're just non sequiturs. They don't mean anything, these things. But yeah, he's serious about biology, right? Not messing around. So what's going on here? Here's somebody who's, I think, doesn't know as much about it as Richard Dawkins, from Dr. Jebra Fauci. This is a parody account. I am always willing to entertain opinions and ideas, especially those that differ from my own. I never thought about assigned gender like shoes not fitting, but yes, now I get it. Consider my mind changed. So I wonder if this is going to make any sense at all. I'm going to go out on a limb and say no. Ask a trans person anything. Okay, well, let's see.
Were you born with the Yes, you're a male. What you want to be, that's something completely different. You be who you want to be. I don't care. It's just when people make a big old thing out of things and make it a political issue when it's not.
You said what I want to be. There's no want. You just are. There's no changing it.
Have you ever been with the opposite sex?
Yes.
You made a choice.
Sure, but
we are going to agree to disagree.
Think about it this way. When I was born, I was assigned a gender at birth, just like you were assigned.
They say this stuff as if it's meaningful in any way. I was assigned. This is just a thing you made up. This is just a thing that was made up 15 minutes ago. Doesn't mean anything. What actually happened is that they saw what you were and said, yes, you're this. You're male. Because you're obviously male. There's only two sexes. But they spout this stuff as if it's meaningful. It's just this, again, it's part of the infinite series of abstractions that the word gender has been redefined into.
Male, right? So they said, it's a boy. You never had to second guess, am I a boy? Because you are, right? Think about it like a shoe. I was given a pair of shoes, just like you were given a pair of shoes, the boy's shoe. And as I grew, my feet grew into these shoes, and it just wasn't fit. And I couldn't figure out why my feet were so uncomfortable. It's like there's a rock in it, or they're too big, or they're too small. And I was miserable, right? It wasn't like I woke up one day and said, I want to be a woman. It was, I am so miserable. What is wrong with me? Oh, it's because I can't think of anything else because my shoes don't fit. I need a new pair of shoes, right? So my feet have always been that way. They were always going to be that way.
I strongly disagree with you, but I'm still happy for you. Great conversation with you.
As much as I appreciate that person coming up to talk to me, that point of view is so dangerous.
It's so dangerous. And he explained about the shoes too. And still the guy wasn't sold, even after talking about shoes that don't fit. Can you believe it? Can you believe it? He explained that no, he doesn't think that he's a woman. He is. I mean, he said it. He said it, right? Just like if somebody says they think they're Napoleon or Jesus, they are. Obviously, right? And you could probably make the shoes argument just as well about as just as well for that case as well, right? Obviously, it's just beyond idiotic. It's just, again, it's just they honestly think that these ridiculous, abstractions mean anything. It's not the real world. It's what you think or you pretend to think or just preference, right? Or fetish or whatever, but reality is still reality, right? All right. Let us continue. What do we got here? So this is scary. This is the brave new world of the left. Elon Musk, well, his son transitioned and now wants nothing to do with them, and in fact talks them down, and Elon Musk has never forgiven the left for this. And let's take a look at what he says.
Like there was a friend of mine who was living in the San Francisco Bay Area, and they tried to trans his daughter. It did, like, to the point where the school like sent the police to his house to take his daughter away from him. Now that's going to radicalize you. Well, that's going to shake you out of your belief structure. Now I know.
So it was an activist at the school that was trying to do this?
Yeah, the school and the state of California conspired to turn his daughter against him and make her take life-altering drugs that would have sterilized her.
But wait a second, the teleprompters on the news say this never happens.
Irreversible.
And how old was she?
I think 14, something like that. So he managed to talk the police out of taking his daughter away from him that day, and that night he got on a plane to Texas.
Wow.
A year after just being in a school in like Greater Austin area, she went back to normal, meaning like it wasn't real.
Right. Well, people are being much more open to that now. I mean, Wall Street Journal yesterday had that opinion piece that this whole trans thing, there's a lot of evidence is a social contagion.
Absolutely.
And Colin Wright wrote that. And then he's getting death threats now, of course. And on Blue Sky, there's people talking about it, exterminating him, which is one thing that you are allowed to say on Blue Sky, apparently. You're allowed to say horrible things about people, say possibly truthful things about this whole social contagion.
Well, Blue Sky can't exist if they don't allow them to say that, because that is the left now. Right? We learned that, right? We learned that after the assassination attempt on Trump, where he was almost killed. We learned that after the assassination of Charlie Kirk. And we've known it for a long time, because we've been seeing this for ages. This is the left now. People need to come to grips with it.
Because that's what, when you get 9 kids that are in a friend group and they all decide to turn trans together,
Yeah.
something's wrong.
Something's wrong.
That's not statistically
Yeah, like here's
feasible.
like you can convince kids to do anything. You can convince kids
Right.
to be a suicide bomber.
Right.
So
Which is why they do in some countries, why they choose children to do that.
yes,
Yeah.
you can train kids to be suicide bombers, and if you can train kids to be suicide bombers, you can convince them of anything.
You have to ask the question, and of course it's a social contagion. Of course children are impressionable, right? And they're vulnerable to peer groups, they're vulnerable to social media. Of course, we all know this. Like, it's absurd to pretend that you don't know that, right? That kids, obviously a child doesn't know what it's like to inhabit a fully sexually developed adult body. Like, there's no possibility that a child could give informed consent without that knowledge, without knowing what it's like to be an adult in a healthy adult body, which is not what they get if they're put through that path towards permanent medicalization. And the most bizarre claim of it all is that, well, you ask, well, where were all these trans children before? And they say, well, now they feel free to come out. It's like, well, but you also say that if you don't transition them, if you don't give them sex changes, if you don't do child sex changes, they'll all commit suicide. But there's no record of any of this in the past. There are no mass suicides. You didn't have all these children that were gender confused or dysphoric killing themselves in the past. There was no giant explosion of this. It's not real. That's a false claim that they can't prove. And yet it's taken seriously on teleprompters across the mainstream media. Absolutely zero curiosity in interrogating any of this stuff. I mean, the WPATH files, the leaked internal documents of the pseudoscientific World Professional Association of Transgender Health, which somehow became the authority to which all the other authorities appeal, like the Endocrine Society, American Medical Association, and medical associations across the Western world. Those files were the leaked WPATH files, which prove that it's pseudoscientific. They don't know what they're doing. They admit that their patients can't give informed consent. They don't know what's happening to them. And in fact, they don't even know what they're doing. It's just one big experiment, right? Zero curiosity on that from the teleprompters on the mainstream media. It's genuinely shocking. It's a moral crime that is almost indescribable when you consider they're doing this to children, right? It's bad enough when they're doing this to vulnerable adults, but to children, it's unbelievable. This is going to go down with like lobotomies as genuine societal crimes. And I think that in the future, very few people will want to admit that they actually supported something so barbaric. All right. Anyway, there's my rant on that one. What else do we have here? So I wanted to show this. Here's Andrew Doyle. Andrew Doyle. He says violence has become normalized within trans activism. So let's take a look at this.
Trans activists enjoy the same rights to peaceful protest as the rest of us. It's essential that even people who are determined to march for rights they already have are protected by law and can assemble as they wish. At the same time, there should be a zero-tolerance policy for protesters who commit criminal acts. And we need to be willing to recognize when a particular movement has accepted violence as an inevitable aspect of its operation. We all recall the now famous moment when an activist threw tomato soup over Kelly J. Keane, aka Posey Parker, at a Let Women Speak event in New Zealand, and how a baying mob gathered around her as she tried to leave. Recently, we have seen masked
I personally feel that people who pour things, water, whatever, over people for political reasons, you don't know what's in that, right? The acid attacks are a thing. You don't know what's in that. I think that should be a very, very serious offense, including jail time. That's my personal thoughts.
Activists attacking the Filia Feminist Conference in Brighton by smashing windows and spray painting the building. And after the murder of Charlie Kirk, trans activists openly gloated and celebrated online.
Charlie's neck meat will have just done that.
He certainly got the point across.
Sick psychopaths.
There is little doubt that violence, both in rhetorical and physical terms, has become normalized within trans activist circles. Every movement has its bad apples, which leading figures ought to criticize wherever possible. When anti-gay campaigner Anita Bryant was hit in the face with a pie in 1977, LGBT rights groups were quick to condemn the assault. This is not simply a matter of exercising sound moral judgment, it's also strategic. If a group fails to condemn the most egregious actions of its own members, those elements end up representing the group in the eye of the public. And of course, once you've expressed sympathy for those committing acts of violence for political purposes, even if it's as harmless as throwing a milkshake, then you can't complain when such tactics are used against you. Nor should anyone be surprised when the choice of missiles escalates to something more serious. Many leftist commentators dismissed the throwing of milkshake at Nigel Farage as trivial, but it wasn't long before one activist threw a coffee cup and wet cement, objects that could easily have caused injury. Let's take the example of the London Trans Plus Pride March in July 2023, where a violent ex-con who identifies as a woman took to the stage and proclaimed,
I was going to come here and be really fluffy and be really nice and say, yeah, be really lovely and queer and gay. Nah, if you see a turf, punch him in the fucking face.
The words would have been bad enough, but the reaction of the crowd was surely the most disturbing aspect.
Punch him in the fucking face.
If violent rhetoric hasn't been normalized in this movement, why would the crowd cheer upon hearing these words?
Well, because it has been. It has been. And the media loves this stuff. They're fine with it. They're just fine. They've normalized it. Colin Wright posted this. Was the more than 20-fold rise in trans identities since 2010 the result of people finally feeling free to express their authentic selves, or was it a social contagion? 5 years ago, I and others were canceled for suggesting the latter. New evidence shows that we were right. Wall Street Journal, evidence backs the transgender social contagion hypothesis, and it's just beyond obvious. It's just any common sense whatsoever immediately leads you to this, because we know that social contagions exist, right? It's not something that we had to invent. It's not something you didn't have to redefine any words into an infinite series of abstractions like gender. We just know social contagions are real. We know they're as particularly potent with young people who don't know what the hell they're doing and haven't and are still looking for their identity, right? And you don't know what it's like to live in an adult body, of course. So, yeah, this is I think it's not strong enough to say it's barbarism. It's not strong enough to say that it's insanity, right? It's an abomination, in my opinion, and it's going to hurt a lot of people. And I think the thing that will finally bring it down will be lawsuits. Because at the end of the day, money talks louder than anything. All right. Let's go back to the chat for a minute. What's going on with you guys? Let's see. All right. Trudeau Survivor says Canada needs some of those really successful South African ANC farmers. Yeah. I don't think they do. Generally, what happens is that when land is given away, it just ends up fallow because they're giving it to people that don't know how to farm. Let's see, but some of those Boer farmers, we could, they know what they're doing. Of course, Canada will never let them come as refugees because, that wouldn't be woke. It's not diversity. Trudeau Survivor says The Selfish Gene. Talking about Richard Dawkins. Yeah, that was the book that made him famous. I think it was early 70s, I think. Let's see. Nevada says, just like Noah said, only two. It's a good thing Noah wasn't woke. Because it would have been how many? Well, what about we need also the non-binary ones and the pluses. Do we have the L's, the G's, the B's, the T's, the two S's, and the pluses? How many pluses are there? There's too many pluses. Yeah, that the arc would have filled up quick. Trudeau Survivor says that's the dude who films himself at restaurants being misgendered. By the way, that's right. That's where he's from. And also, I think asking for money all the time, right? Let's see. Rosie says, I'm reading The Watchmaker's Daughter by Larry Loftus about Corrie ten Boom. Dutch Christian resistance in World War II. Holland had an abundance of food until the Nazis invaded and sent it to Germany. Yes, they did. The Nazis made things bad for a lot of people, really bad for a lot of people. They stole a lot of people's food and did a lot of other stuff. Rosie says all they had to eat were tulip bulbs and sugar beets. She survived Ravenbrook. Yeah, not good times. Nevada says, why are you making me listen to this retard? The reason that you have to listen to awful people on this channel sometimes is because we have to bear witness to honor our ancestors. And I know we don't want to. I don't want to listen either, but we must bear witness. Nevada said, first woman who could write her name in the snow. There's a bunch of those these days. Let's see. Let's see. Nevada says, so I saw a new poll, women under 30, 84% voted for Mamdani. I saw that poll too, actually. Just incredibly stupid. Like, that's social contagion right there. Trudeau Survivor says, there's a rumor about Trudeau and some DJ Dillop, something like Diplo, I think it's Diplo, who says that he dated Justin Trudeau. Now, whether it's true or not, I don't know. Would not be terribly surprised. Honestly, if he had been just a good prime minister with like sensible policies who didn't like try and divide the country and make everybody hate each other and just be generally insane and double the national debt and all that, I wouldn't have cared if he was married to that DJ guy. Who cares? If he's good policies, fine. My complaints about Trudeau is not that was never that he's gay. Which, I mean, we don't know for sure, but again, I don't know. Or that, he's had a vaginoplasty operation. I don't care about that. Let's see. Rosie says, Canada liberated Holland. Yes, it's true. It's true. Canada, used to be proud of that. I think most Canadians probably don't know it anymore, sadly. What's going on here? Brian Lilly says that Carney is still sucking and blowing on a pipeline. Look, Mark Carney wrote his book, Valleys. That was published. My copy was published in 2022. Right? He has not changed his mind since then. He has not become any less of a climate zealot since then. He can come out and play a part and pretend that he's kind of a little bit conservative, he's moderate, maybe even a little conservative, but none of it's holding. It's just, he's a liar. He's telling people what he thinks they want to hear, but he has not changed his mind since he published the book Values. This wasn't written in some kind of naive youth of his. No, it's like a few years old. That's it. He's the same guy who wrote that book. Let's take a look. And he's a liar. And we know that he's a liar because he lied constantly from the second that he said he was going to be prime minister. Let's take a look.
One of my questions was, is this pipeline going to come? So
boring.
it's not actually. It is.
It is.
He says that it's boring. It's boring to him to talk about that. Yeah, it's boring because he knows it's not coming, right?
It is because don't worry, we're on it. We're on it.
And
but
who's
there is
showing
this
up to
whole
that
world.
party?
Okay, hands up. Who's working on the pipeline in this room? Okay.
Isn't
Right.
that a problem?
No. Look at all the variety. Like, Nav, we have.
Yeah, if there's more prosperity, they'll get more cell phone services.
But look. Okay, so what's going to drive one of the things? Don't worry. We're on the pipeline stuff. Danielle's on line 1. Don't worry, it's going to happen. But something's going to happen. Let's put it that way. It's not very good negotiating by my perspective. But what some in the room will unlock on the data center side, the intelligence infrastructure side, will have a much bigger impact on productivity in this country. Will have a much bigger impact on our standard of living. And advantaging that.
So no pipelines then. No pipelines then. So he hasn't changed. He'll lie. Of course, he's as far as I can tell, he's a compulsive liar. Let's see. Rosie said, need to check Diplo's arms. Does he happen to be wearing a friendship bracelet? Nice catch there, Rosie. Nice catch. Yeah, I wonder if he's got one of Trudeau's Taylor Swift friendship bracelets on. That's a good clue right there. If he's got one of those, you know. Let's see. Brant75 asked if you can make any sense of this. Here you go. Well, yes, because Mark Carney does tend to talk in word salads. This is what this is what compulsive liars do. This is what people who want to obscure their real intentions do. Right? Let's take a look.
Just to get clarity on one other thing, I think during the campaign, maybe during the leadership campaign, there was talk about a carbon border adjustment mechanism. I didn't see that in the budget. Maybe I missed it. Is this still something that you're pursuing?
Look, the issues around carbon CBAM. First thing, the carbon border adjustment mechanism. Pardon me. The fact that we have an industrial carbon price will provide us market access for countries or jurisdictions, the European Union being the obvious one, that put in place a carbon border adjustment mechanism. So it is important.
So that's just a lie. Let's see. U.S. exports major LNG to them anyways, even though they don't have any of that. Isn't that interesting? Let's see. Ross McLean, the U.S. has taken off all green scam regulations, making them wildly more competitive. Carney's false claim is regulation tax burdens on producers make them more competitive. Just a lie. It's just not true. And let's hold on give me 1 second. Hold on a second. U.S. LNG exports to EU. Let's see. All right. So Europe is the primary destination for U.S. liquefied natural gas that has none of the net zero stuff. None of it. Natural gas LNG exports consistently accounting for the largest share of shipments. In recent months, Europe has imported a significant portion, often exceeding 60% of total U.S. LNG exports, driven by factors such as lower gas inventories and continued demand for energy. In short, Mark Carney is just lying. It's just not true that any of this stuff, any of the green stuff, the carbon stuff, is going to make Canada more competitive. It makes it less competitive, right? Trump obviously just got rid of all of that green junk, all of it, right? And It doesn't matter. In fact, it makes them obviously more competitive. The EU obviously doesn't care. Where were we? Yes, here we go. So Mark Carney, he's just lying. He's just lying. Let's continue a little bit.
The European Union being the obvious one that put in place a carbon border adjustment mechanism. So it is important. There's lots of reasons why it's important to have an industrial carbon price, but
it's not just a lie.
But one of the reasons why it's important is for market access. And if we are diversifying, as we need to do, if we've taken one lesson from the experience of this year.
But why doesn't the U.S. need it for market access? Why does it not matter in their case? Why would it matter in our case? What will it do other than just what will all of your plans, your carbon capture and carbon taxes, what would that do other than make our products more expensive? Well, of course, nothing. It clearly makes you less competitive. It can do nothing else.
Here, it's that we need to diversify our markets abroad. It's an important component. There's a question whether we put in place a carbon border adjustment mechanism. It's something we're looking at, but it wasn't a budget initiative to do that. Thank you.
So that would make everything in Canada more expensive. So the idea would be that there would be a carbon border adjustment, so a tariff on products from countries that aren't following Mark Carney's stringent net zero policies, which is basically nobody, right? So that would just make everything in Canada more expensive. Everything he says is just an outright lie. It's just not true. He can keep saying it over and over again, and he does, that it makes us more competitive. No, it doesn't. Clearly doesn't. It's just demonstrably false. He's just lying. And why? Why is he lying? That's the question. It's because his goals are not Canada's goals. His goals are not, to improve the well-being and the wealth of Canadians. His goals are his goals, his net zero goals, the things that his reputation is resting on. That's what it is. All the stuff he wrote about in his book, Values. He's known as the net zero guy amongst the elites, amongst the globalists. That's where his interest lies, not in the well-being of Canadians. And that, my friends, is why he lies. All right. Go back to the chat for a second. And by the way, anybody watching on YouTube right now, new channel, Rumble users, don't worry, everything goes to the same place. But on YouTube, the channel you're watching right now is for live streams, Canadian news, all of the clips and all of the videos for American news, for world news, the meme reviews, all this wonderful stuff. Glamour UK, their women of the year, or none of them are women. Deranged teachers, trans indigenous for ICE. All this stuff is going to be on the new channel, Radio Baloney News. It's the feature channel on my homepage. YouTube is not helping me with this at all, with any kind of discovery on this. So I rely on you guys. If you want to see the world stuff, the meme review, the woke mind virus, the gender theory stuff, it's all going to be on here. So please go there and find that. What are you guys talking about? JJ Nevada, obsessed with taking over Greenland. He says, I just want Greenland. It's every stream, people. It's every single stream from JJ Nevada. It's incessant. And you know what? After all of these streams, stream after stream after stream after stream, you know what? I fully support him as the Emperor of Greenland. I hope everybody can get behind this this movement. Greenland right now sucks. It sucks. I'm sorry. I mean, beautiful, in a very kind of desolate way, a very beautiful place. But did you know their special traditional Christmas dinner is a bird wrapped in seal fat and buried under the ground for 3 months? and then dug up for Christmas and eaten, that's just gross. I'm sure almost anybody can improve on that. I know for sure that JJ can. I've got faith in him. Just getting rid of that. I mean, anything is better. Any KFC is way better than that for Christmas dinner. I think we can all agree on that. So JJ's got some plans. I mean, I'm not saying that he's not going to be kind of an authoritarian or totalitarian leader of Greenland, but maybe Greenland needs that. I think some improvements can be made. Let's see. What else have we got? I mean, no offense to anybody from Greenland watching right now. Let's see. But I think you'll like JJ. JJ Nevada says, look at the brown nose behind him acting like he's spot on about this. Well, yeah, that's talking about Carney. Bunch of con men. That is correct, sir. That is correct. But what's going on with ads? Because we love the ads. We love the beautiful ads, don't we? Everybody loves them. Why don't we read it? Why don't we do a beautiful Rumble Premium plus Perplexity ad? That's a beautiful thing. We love Rumble, don't we? We love it. Folks, are you looking for smarter ways to browse and enjoy your favorite content without ads? I'll tell you what. Get the Perplexity Pro bundle with Rumble Premium for just $19.99 a month. It's a beautiful deal. When you sign up before December 31st, it's normally a $29.99 value and worth every penny of it, let me tell you. But $19.99, that's a steal. With Rumble Premium, you'll get an ad-free and communism-free viewing experience across all your devices and access to exclusive anti-communist premium content, at least on my channel. No interruptions, no commies, just the videos and streams you love anytime, anywhere. Plus, Perplexity Pro boosts your productivity with unlimited research, unlimited uploads, unlimited anti-communist propaganda, at least on this channel, exclusive member perks, and access to the latest and most advanced AI models for faster, smarter answers every day. Don't worry about Judgment Day. Not yet, not on Rumble, not with Perplexity. Save over 30% on this powerful bundle. Head to rumble.com/premium. That's rumble.com/premium. And this is very serious, folks. Before December 31st to sign up and unlock your premium experience. I know that when I became a Rumble Premium member, a Rumble Premium subscriber, it was the happiest day in my parents' lives. Finally, they said they were proud of me. Let's see. Rosie says, oh no, I'm late to bury birds. Well, guess I will have to skip tradition. You don't have to take a bird, wrap it in seal fat, and then bury it underground for 3 months, and then eat it for Christmas dinner when decomposed. If you're outside of Greenland, you only have to do it if you're in Greenland. Let's see. Nevada says, we shall have duck for Christmas in Greenland. Much better. It's an improvement. But will the duck be wrapped in seal skin, fat, and buried underground for 3 months first? Because then I still don't like it, if it's that. All right. Now what the hell are we doing? What the hell's going on? Everybody subscribe to the channel. Everybody like the stream. Everybody like the stream. Get your free gig karma right now. In these troubled times, can you afford not to? I wouldn't. I'm not crazy. I don't want to die. I like it every single time. If I was somebody just watching, I would like it immediately just to be safe. Just to be safe. It's like me. Right? Like, I don't believe in ghosts, but I'm still afraid of them. You got nothing to lose. Nothing to lose. That's my impassioned plea. And it's impassioned because I care about you guys. I really do. Every single one of you. I love you all of you. Like my children. like my offensive, probably going to be convicted and thrown in prison for some period, children, at some point, because I was a bad father to you. That's why. I was a bad father. I wish I'd done a better job, but it's too late now. Let's see. Now what's going on? If only I'd been stricter. All right. What was the last one we were on? We did all this Carney stuff. We hate Carney, don't we? We just hate him. We just hate him so much. Oh, well. Nevada says, duck baked in an oven. Duck baked in an oven. It is a royal decree from King JJ Nevada, ruler and lord of all Greenland. Desolate, yet beautiful Greenland. All right. Poilievre. So Mr. Sunshine Baby posted this. He said, Carney said he would spend less. He was after, and this is Pierre Poilievre. He was after me for having 3-word slogans. His were just 2. Elbows up. Elbows up. That is just 2, isn't it? Let's take a look.
He said he'd double home building. Now his government agency, the CMHC, says home building will drop by 13% over the next several years. And he said that he would spend less. That was one of his 2-word slogans. He was after me for having 3-word slogans. His were just 2, so he was at least more parsimonious with words. But spend less. Did you see the budget? The deficit is 100% more. He's literally doubled the deficit that Justin Trudeau left behind for this year and for the next 5 years. The deficit, as Dan pointed out, this year will be $78 billion, twice the $41 billion that Trudeau had projected, $16 billion higher than Carney promised during the election campaign. He said he'd double home building. Now his government agency...
So on the home building thing, I mean, their own budget demonstrably shows that no, it will not, actually. It's not going to. Where is the... Here it is. Let's just go back here for a second. Like their own budget. You need like Canada with the mass migration that we have and that we continue to have. Needs like 500,000 homes a year. It's not going to happen. What are they offering here? Let's just quickly go through this. Here we have at 13 billion over 5 years. What are you getting? Let's see, 4,000 factory-built homes. So basically, shipping containers that people will have to live in, with an additional capacity of up to 45,000. Now, of course, this is the government doing this, so it's never going to get anywhere near that. It'll cost way more. That's simply not good enough. Let's see. Here's a gift for Toronto, 540 new homes, 283 million. Let's see, what do we got? 837 homes here for 423 million. This is a joke. There's nothing here. There's nothing here. Oh, yeah, they want to train the next generation of Canadian billion. They want to train the next generation of Canadian builders for 75 million. As long as they're, let's see, women, Indigenous, newcomers, person with disabilities, or visible minorities, I'd like to see the building site with all of the people with disabilities. I think that might actually be kind of funny. Yeah, so there's no hope of any of this. Like, it's just their own budget. Their own budget precludes this because there's also nothing in it that will speed up private investment into that, right? There's nothing that's going to, there's nothing that's going to force, changes in zoning, this sort of thing, the things that will be necessary for it to happen. There's nothing. Yet they'll say it, and nobody will actually read any of the budget, and then the teleprompters on the CBC will inform everybody that it's great and everything's going well. And Canada will continue its steep decline. Let's see. So here's another thing. So what's happened here? So it looks like lights turned off during Pierre Poilievre's speech. I haven't watched this yet. I'm going to watch it with you guys for the first time. Let's take a look.
This, of course, is the result of a costly government. Costly government drives up the cost of living. And in the last election, Mark Carney promised that he was going to be different. The Liberal Party was, see, the lights are going out because the energy prices are so high. It's that industrial carbon tax again. But Mr. Carney was going to be the tight-fisted banker. He was going to be nothing like Justin Trudeau. He made so many promises. And yet, what have been the results of all these promises? First, he promised that he would negotiate a win with the Americans. By July 21st, he would have a deal. Still no win, still no deal, still no elbows, still no jobs. This, of course.
Yeah, of course, no deal on the tariffs. I don't think that Carney actually wants the deal. If he did, he wouldn't have done the whole Palestinian statehood thing. He would have told Doug Ford, and not just, suggest that he would have said, no, you're not running that ad in the States, because it's as predictable as the sun rising in the morning, right? What the response to that would be. And not just from Trump. If it was Biden, they would have been furious. Any president from either party would have been furious. So I don't think he actually wants the deal. I think the Liberals actually do want an election. And I think they actually do want an election. That's if they can't get enough people to cross over to give themselves a minority by the 17th. I think they actually do want an election. I think that they can get a majority. I think they're wrong about that. I think it's a very, very risky move for them. But there's only, I think you can only credit so much incompetence to Carney. So I think that at this point, they don't want a deal. They want to keep using Trump as a weapon, as a political weapon, as an asset for them. I think they might end up disabused of that notion that it would be good for them, that they can do it again, especially with Mark Carney's toadying every time he's around Trump in person. I don't think, elbows up can't work again. I think it would look too ridiculous with all the footage of Carney not being elbows up, being more like ass up around Trump. But in any case, I think that might be the plan. But I do like these little moments with Pierre Poilievre where the lights go out and he cracks a joke. These humanizing moments, I think they're necessary to break through the media framing, the constant drip, drip, drip every second of the day, negative framing around Pierre Poilievre, right? As if he's totally unique in political history of strongly opposing the opposite party somehow. If you ask liberals why they don't like Pierre Poilievre, they don't really have anything other than they just think he's mean. Just don't like him. No, he just seems mean. He's mean. He's divisive or something. It's just a result of media framing. That's all it is. And it's astounding that it works. That it's astounding that people are such blank slates, at least leftists are, that it actually works on them, and that they don't even question themselves and think, well, shouldn't there be something more than just a vague feeling of dislike that, probably was just implanted into me from media anyway? But I guess we'll have to see. Which way, Canada? Which way are you going to go? Let's see. All right. Let's go back to the chat for a second. Let's have some fun. Let's see. What's going on with you guys? Let's see. Nevada says, duck baked in an oven. All ducks will be oven baked in Greenland. Nevada says. Rosie says, that works. Mom used to roast it with oranges and stuff. Pretty yummy. That does sound good. Done right. Duck is delicious, JJ says. Trudeau Survivor says, I only duck if it's Spitfire roasted with firewood chopped by virgins. The man's got standards. I admire him for that. Was this firewood chopped by virgins? Let's see. I don't want to eat duck because I love ducks. I think they're hilarious. Rosie says, lights out. Could it be Satan? Probably Satan. Probably Satan. Let's not kid ourselves. Rosie says, it appears elbows up may have become up yours. Yet to the Canadian people. All right. So here's something interesting I thought you might enjoy. So here's the UK. So here's this TV presenter on Sky News who committed the sin of seeming amused at woke nonsense. And she got in trouble for it. So let's take a look at this. What happened? I think it has something to do with the teleprompter told her to say pregnant people. And let's take a look at her reaction here. Let's see her reaction here.
London School of Hygiene and Tropical Medicine has released research which says that nearly 600 heat-related deaths are expected in the UK. Malcolm Mystery, who was involved in the research, says that the aged, pregnant people, women, and those with pre-existing health conditions need to take precautions. London School.
What did she say? Did she start quoting a Hitler speech there or something? We better watch that again. Let's see.
Says that the aged, pregnant people, women, and those with pre-existing health conditions need to take precautions. London's.
Oh, no. She accurately described reality that everybody knows. And some people pretend not to know. But everybody actually knows. In June, BBC's Martine Croxall was reading the news copy when she read the term pregnant people and corrected it to women. And you saw the expression on her face there. It was just the exasperation of being around woke all the time. It's like, oh, come on. It's women. We all know pregnant women. After complaints, of course, complaints. How many complaints, by the way? Probably like 4 by crazy people. BBC says her correction from pregnant people to women was an impartiality violation because of her facial expression. So accurately describing reality is an impartiality violation because of her facial expression. So normal is a violation of BBC policies. No mention that the term pregnant people also indicates an impartial particular viewpoint. In the UK, people are forced to pay a licensing fee for the BBC. People in the UK can at least opt out of BBC's woke agenda, but curiously, the website is currently down. So, yeah. Total and utter and complete lunacy. BBC News presenter goes off script. So it's not Sky News. Sorry, this is Sky News reporting on this. BBC News presenter goes off script. Off script. And that's really what it is. I mean, look, all the news presenters are on script. There's words coming out of those teleprompters and they read them, right? In this case, she decided not to humiliate herself in front of the audience. And of course, is punished for that. You're supposed to stay on script. It's not the news, it's the narrative. And the narrative has a script and you must read it. This person just says, I'm so tired. Yeah, I think that's the feeling. I think that's the feeling she was having there. All right. Let's see. All right, we've already been there. What are we? 3 hours and 10 minutes already. Wow. Let's get to the Tucker Carlson part of the show. Let's see. Tucker Carlson reveals 3 reasons he decided to interview Nick Fuentes. A Vigilant Fox posted this clip. Let's take a look. So there's been a big explosion, and there's kind of, I don't know, what's being portrayed as some sort of war on the right over this. I don't know much about Nick Fuentes or Fuentes. From what I hear, he blames Israel for everything. So I don't agree with that. I think that's actually pretty stupid. So I don't know much about him. Apparently he does have a following. He has some popularity. Tucker Carlson interviewed him. That's really what you're supposed to do. I mean, I want to know what people actually think. So I don't think there's anything wrong. In fact, I think it's an obligation of somebody like Tucker Carlson, and it should be an obligation of people on mainstream news to interview these people, because people should know what they actually think.
I don't know anything really about Nick Fuentes other than he's attacking my dad, my wife, and my son. And it was like, actually, Nick Fuentes is the single most influential commentator among young men. Like, period.
He's got 5 million subscribers on Rumble.
It's bonkers. And I didn't know any of it. I mean, I'm 56, so I'll just like state the obvious, you know? Like,
He's not our demo.
My oldest child is 31, like much older than Nick Fuentes. So I kind of missed a lot of this stuff. I pride myself on not missing things. I totally missed that. Really? And then it turns out that, you know, he has no advertisers. They've been trying to cancel him since freshman year in college. Ben Shapiro actually tried to shut him down freshman year in college, and it didn't work. In fact, it had the opposite effect. So I was like, I wanted to say something very specific to Nick Fuentes, and it's this. And I said it, which is, I think it's totally legitimate to criticize any foreign country, from Belgium to Congo to Israel, because they're foreign countries.
Yes.
And I'll never give up that right. In fact, it's an obligation, I would say, and to be reasonable about it, and not, you know, but what's in America's interest? Totally legitimate. It is totally illegitimate and very specifically unchristian to attack people for their DNA. Like, I hate this group.
You wanted him to hear that.
We all have to hear that. And because that is the basis of Western civilization.
I think that a major strength that we have that we don't want to lose is that we still have, you know, heterodoxy of opinion. So the left is this very narrow bandwidth of people. You wonder why so many over there openly celebrate murder, assassination, that sort of thing. It's because it's such a narrow bandwidth there, right? It's almost like you have to, if you're on the left now, like at least be kind of like okay with it. Our advantage is that we have heterodoxy still. So we still have the ability to hear different opinions and develop better ideas, right? And reject ideas and take parts of things that are good and maybe leave the bad, and develop better ideas that work better. The left can't do that. That's why you see this headlong plunge into Marxism, into communism on the left, because they police each other incredibly strictly, right? They demand absolute ideological conformity, which is why the left is going off a cliff. That's why the political landscape is now just the left, which is really, we can just call it the far left. That's mainstream leftism now. It's that and everybody else. So if you're a traditional liberal, you're not on the far left. So just by default, you're with us, really, right? You got a lot of people calling themselves liberals. They're not. They're far leftists, right? If you voted for Zoran, you're not a liberal. You're a leftist. So we actually have the advantage of that we can test out lots of different ideas. Some of them are terrible. Some of them are really good, but we can kind of adapt and shape our ideas and sharpen our ideas and come up with better ideas and ideas that work better. We still have that advantage, right? I mean, as long as, you know, as long as you're not somebody who wants a seat at the table, but also wants everybody else at the table dead, well, you got a place over here, right? Because that's the left now, basically. You know, their idea of a marketplace of ideas is them standing as a tyrant over the corpses of their ideological enemies. In other words, they don't want that. These are Stalinists. These are authoritarians, totalitarians. Our advantage and the advantage of liberal democracy has been that we get better ideas. We do things better. We did things better than the Soviet Union, right? That's why the Cold War was won, because you didn't get your head chopped off every time you stuck it up, every time you had an unpopular opinion. So we need to preserve that. It's not that you have to accept everything, right? But you have to accept there's going to be different ideas. You're going to have to accept that Tucker Carlson's going to interview people with ideas that he doesn't like. Right? We can't be going on these witch hunts. Otherwise, we lose. Otherwise, we just hand all the power to the left. And the left is freaking crazy. Let's see. Let's go. There's another one here. Let's take a look.
I don't know anything really about Nick Fuentes other than he's.
Let's see. Tucker Carlson puts Megyn Kelly in her place about not pushing back on the vile things that Nick Fuentes said. I'm not sure if he's putting Megyn Kelly in her place here or just the media at large, but let's take a look.
Nick Fuentes has said a long list of very vile things.
Big time, including attacking my dad, which was the most vile of all, in my opinion.
Yeah. I mean, I personally have watched videos of him questioning the Holocaust, likening it to baking cookies in the oven, and there's no way you could have gotten to 6 million, seems to be his theory. He seems to think that we've way overstated the number of Jews killed in the Holocaust. He's ripped on poor Usha Vance in the most offensive terms, which I mean, so what do you say to those people who say, why didn't you raise any of that?
Do your own interview the way that you want to do it. You're not my editor. Buzz off. I mean, I don't know. You want to go yell at Nick Fuentes? I'll give you his cell. Call him and go sit and yell at him and feel virtuous or whatever. That's up to you. I got the same thing with Putin. Why aren't you yelling at him? Okay, why? So I can show that I'm a good person? I care about what my wife thinks, my children think, and God thinks, and that's it. I don't need to prove that I'm a good person to you. You may think I'm a terrible person. Okay, I'm just doing my thing, which is I want to understand what people think. And I'm committed to that. And if you don't like it, don't watch. That's my view.
So if that's in fact Nick Fuentes's perspective, then yeah, I'm not a fan. I'll just say that, right? But I wouldn't know that if Tucker hadn't interviewed him, and I haven't even watched that interview, but I guess I probably should watch it, right? But just through at least watching this, the fact that it happened, at least I'm learning something about it, right? And that's good. That's a good thing. That's not wrong. Like, more information is good. It makes you stronger. It makes you better knowing more. Ignorance isn't actually bliss, or it might be for a little while until, reality asserts itself in some brutal way. So I don't think he was attacking Megyn Kelly there, right? I think he was attacking just because he's sitting there with her, right? Like, I think he was attacking kind of, he's criticizing the kind of really unnecessary civil war going on right now, however real that is, however much of that is just a kind of a product of media narratives, I don't know. But again, I think we should be very careful emulating the left in demanding ideological conformity. It used to be understood there were going to be people with bad ideas, and if you wanted to keep your own better ideas, the right to express your own better ideas, you're going to have to tolerate that. So anyway, those are my thoughts on this, and I bet you guys have some thoughts. So let me get to the chat. Let's see. What's going on? What are you guys talking about? G Flood, how you doing? Good to see you. Trudeau Survivor says she did a hate. I hate it when people do hate. There's nothing I hate more than hate. Let's see. Let's see. Let's see. Trudeau Survivor says back in 2023, the trigonometry guys had Pearl. Is it Pearl Davis? Is that her name? On their show. At the end of the show, they turned it into a struggle session, grilling her about how she could be so careless by interviewing Nick Fuentes. Well, the trigonometry guys, I mean, almost everybody they interview was called, far right, the worst possible names by, leftist activists and leftist radicals. So, I mean, you're not really going to get away from that. Let's see. Nevada says, I like Tucker. He does great interviews. I like Tucker too. Do I agree with everything he says? No. But I don't agree with anything that anybody says. And I don't even agree with everything I say, like a year in the future, because people change their minds. I'm included in that. You get more information. Sometimes that happens. I changed my politics in my life. I'm proud to say I have not had the exact same opinion about everything since I was a teenager. I actually learned. Now, let's see. Trudeau Survivor says, Pearl, she rocked it, in my opinion. Those two guys came across as cringy. Here's the thing. I like trigonometry. I don't want to witch hunt against them. I like them. Do I agree with everything? No, because I don't agree with anybody on everything. I think they're really good. I think Konstantin Kisin has some great viral clips, fantastic stuff. Don't have to agree with everything. Let's see. Rosie says Tucker is solid. Oh, no. JJ says this. JJ can be so cruel sometimes. I almost feel bad for the people of Greenland when he takes over, knowing what he can do, what he's capable of. He says Megan can go take some more vaccines for the rest of us. Oh, nasty. That's mean. Let's see. Trudeau Survivor says, I wish I had made a list of all the jab pushers. That was just everybody. JJ says it was everyone who didn't get banned. Yes, exactly. That's how you know. Let's see. All right. Rosie says, and I was made to believe it was because I was just mouthy, not my word. Now I see it was because I did not support the jab. Yeah, it was a common thing. I think I started my channel right before that, and I think it cursed my channel forever. Let's see. Spambot says, falling asleep on my feet. Nobody works. There's no harder worker in the channel than Spambot in the chat. Hardest working man in the chat. Let's see. All right. Let's keep going. We're 3 hours and 25 minutes already, and I thought this might not be as long of a one today. All right. So there's that one. We can move on. We did Tucker. Was there anything else in here? Yeah, readers added context. Tucker Carlson's response was not directed towards Megyn Kelly. That's what I thought. It was made to the people she said were criticizing him. The comment that he put Kelly in her place is factually incorrect. That's my take on it. That was my take on it. Let's watch this here. So, yeah, there was a pharmaceutical CEO that collapsed in the White House. This is from November 6th. And apparently people are attacking RFK Jr. and Trump for how they handled it, but let's take a look. So what happened here? Are they just making stuff up again? Let's take a look. Okay, so he fell down. He's not doing well. Yeah. So that's Dr. Oz there, who's helping right away. I think RFK, who's not a doctor, went to get help. There's Trump there. There's Howard Lutnick. I mean, I don't know what they expect Trump to do, right? He's not a doctor. Okay. There's RFK Jr. immediately going off to get some help, obviously. Yeah. So what do they expect Trump to get down there and start giving a mouth to mouth? Like they just criticize literally anything. I will say, I mean, we didn't used to see so many people just pass out on camera. I mean, you have so many people, there's so many cameras, there's so much footage. It's inevitable that somebody's going to pass out, fall over or something. But we've seen it since 2020. We have seen it a lot. It's been news presenters. There was that comedian who was actually making a joke about people who didn't get jabbed, I believe, and just all of a sudden just like had a seizure on stage and fell over. We've seen it's athletes. We've seen so much of it. What's different? Because it seems like we didn't ever see that happen before, right? Is it just me? Rosie says, who just fell? It's I believe a pharmaceutical company CEO. Was that Spambot falling asleep? I don't think he was in the Oval Office. No, I don't think so. Although they should invite him. I think they'd like him. So what's this? Eric Doherty. So here is Gavin Newsom, who I'm convinced anybody who knows the channel and been watching the channel for a while knows that I'm convinced that Gavin Newsom is a vampire. And I mean, all I've got is just him, like pictures of him. I think that it's clear. But in any case, he does seem to be the sleaziest politician, like the most snake oil salesman like politician in the world today. Let's take a look at this. So apparently he's going to lie, if you can believe it. Let's take a look.
Nothing I dislike more than the politician that sits there and lies to you. And we all just sit there rolling our eyes going, give me a break.
Anybody rolling their eyes right now? Anybody rolling their eyes?
Did you legitimately believe that he was capable of serving as president until January of 2029?
Yeah, I think my focus was frankly situational. It was making sure Donald Trump didn't get back into office to experience everything that we're experiencing today. And there was no interaction I had that suggested otherwise.
What do you say to
so you can start rolling your eyes now.
Americans who feel misled by you and other top
misled
Democrats
in what respect? He decided to step
about the
down.
mental acuity of President Biden, that they wish you'd sounded the alarm sooner to give way for
I never
an
experienced.
open
Look,
convention?
I'm not going to substitute myself for someone else or for popular opinion. I'm going to express my relationship to my truth with the former president.
Oh, well, see, it's his truth. So there you go. Right. It's his truth. So you got to remember that. Right. He wouldn't lie to you. He'll just tell you his truth.
United States, including at the end of his term, quite literally in December, which was a masterclass of foreign policy and domestic policy, which I will never forget as we walk through not just the election, but we're walking through the world we're living in. There was nothing to suggest what you just said or others have suggested in terms of my interaction. That's all I can be accountable for. Nothing.
Yeah, his truth. What did he say again? Hold on.
Nothing I dislike more than the politician that sits there and lies to you. And we all just sit there rolling our eyes going, give me a break.
Nothing he dislikes more than the politician who just sits there and lies to you right before he tells everybody that Biden was fine. Just fine. He had no idea whatsoever. And he would never lie to you. And that's his truth. His truth. So, I mean, if already there wasn't abundant evidence just from looking at him that he's clearly a vampire, right? And you wonder why they seem to encourage so much homelessness in California. And I've humbly made the suggestion that simply it's because homeless people can disappear, nobody knows where they are, and it's perfect for as a vampire to feed on them, right? I think this is perfectly reasonable and makes the most sense out of anything. What are you guys saying? Nevada says that he's got several demons inside. At least three. At least three. Let's see. Juno Survivor says Newsom is weird. Head cocking, hand movement, waving his arms, just like a vampire would do. G Flood says, eye rolling here. Oh, hold on. Let's see. What else have we got? Rosie says the way his mouth moves makes me think he has had to battle speech impediments. Those are the fangs that he pierces the neck with to drink the blood, the human blood. That's why. That's what you're seeing there. Izzy says, anytime they have to specify the type of truth, you know you're about to get BS. Well, he explained it's his truth, which is lies. G Flood asks, is there room for demons in a man so full of shit? Uh-oh. G Flood said it, not me. Let's see. But I think there's a little bit of room. Nevada says that woman has demons too, probably. RSN 40, how you doing? I liked the Newsom hand gestures when he was on All the Smoke podcast. I don't think I saw that one actually. Izzy says, you're onto something, Richie. I bet lizard people also like homeless blood. Rosie says, I think we're back to, could it be Satan? Could it be Satan? Probably Satan. Let's see. Nevada says, women will vote for this asshole. Yep. Yes, they will. And without knowing anything about him or what he's going to do. Steve Carlson says, it's too bad vampires' noses don't grow like Pinocchio. It's true. But they become more vampire looking, I think. So I think we're witnessing that with Gavin Newsom. All right. Anyway, liar. Terrible liar. It's like alternate universe when you see this stuff. Like, it can't be real. People can't actually buy, the BS from guys like this. What do we got here? We already did that one. All right. I think we're getting close to the last bookmark of the night. So in Canada, the police have very helpfully suggested to Canadians that they leave their car keys by the door because of the epidemic of car theft, right? And of the likelihood that somebody's going to break into your house to get your car keys to steal your car. So again, the police have suggested very helpfully that you just leave your car keys by the door, so they don't even have to wake you up. They just go in the front door and there's the keys, and they'll be really grateful. Maybe they'll even leave you a little something, like a card or something, to thank you for your thoughtfulness. And that's the way you deal with crime, right? Just make it easy for them. It turns out that it's not that simple. So here's a lady who offered home invaders her car keys, and they didn't want them. So it didn't work. It didn't work. So it is shocking that this is what Canada has become. Here's a woman who immigrated from Iran, I think about 7 years ago. And Canada is not the country that it used to be, or that she moved to even 7 years ago. Let's take a look.
Are you surprised that didn't deter them? Like, you did all the security, you had all the safety.
Yeah, but I realized that they don't care about this.
Mariam Alavi Nassab brought her 2 daughters to Canada from Iran 7 years ago. She bought a home near York Mills in Leslie, which she gutted and redesigned herself. But last Wednesday, her dream home became the scene of a traumatic home invasion, a real-life nightmare she won't soon forget.
I can't live here anymore.
It was 3:40 a.m. when 4 masked suspects got in through her back patio doors. They went upstairs and into her 12-year-old daughter's bedroom, where Alavi Nassab was asleep next to her child on a mattress on the floor.
I remember that somebody, put the gun on my neck and asked me, where is the safe? 2 men came to my daughter's room. It was the scariest moment.
Alavi Nassab says given English is not her first language, she was confused. She eventually understood and told them there was no safe. But not believing her, they took her into her closet, which had already been ransacked. Then down to the main floor and to the garage, looking for a safe. The chaos all captured on video surveillance.
But they couldn't believe me, and they keep hitting me with the gun and, hurt me and, asking me where is the safe.
After 6 minutes inside, the intruders suddenly left, making off with handbags, jewelry, and money. They did not take their Range Rover, despite the fact Alavi Nassab says she offered them the keys. She then learned her 18-year-old daughter, who had been pretending to sleep, had called 911 while the thieves were downstairs.
She went to her bathroom and locked the door and called 911. But she said that she stays in the line nobody answered the phone.
For how long?
4 to 5 minutes, or maybe 3 to 4 minutes. I don't remember exactly, but
she was on hold.
She was on hold. No one picked up the phone.
Alavi Nassab is also upset that no one from police has offered her family support, except for the day of the crime.
I moved here for a better life, for a safe life, and I don't feel safe anymore. And I was thinking that maybe somebody calls me and asks me, do you need anything? Do you have any place to go?
In a statement to Global News, Toronto police say the 911 caller was answered after being in the queue for exactly 2 minutes. Officers were immediately dispatched and arrived 5 minutes later. Police say victim services was offered, and investigators will be following up with the family to ensure they have the support they need. Catherine McDonald, Global News.
This is not a rare event in Canada any longer. This is not a rare event. Just a month ago, there was a father who was murdered in front of his children in a home invasion. This is not a rare thing anymore. These are the bitter fruits of radical leftist empathy and compassion, right? And their magic words like diversity, right? Just anybody come in, anybody. When you're bringing in millions of people, billions of more people than the immigration system is capable or designed to handle, just because you're in a mad rush to bring in as many people as possible, you can't do background checks. You can't vet people, right? She seems like an excellent addition to Canada. She's not going to be reliant on the taxpayer, But who gets in? Well, anybody. Anybody. When there's just a mad rush. And we've seen that across the West. You had the Boris wave in the UK. Biden, mad rush to push in as many people into the United States as possible. It's mostly legal immigration in Canada, but a mad rush, overwhelming the government's ability to vet anybody, right? So she gets in, 7 years ago, before the mad rush, right? And there's a bunch of new people who come in. Were those home invaders? New Canadians? I don't know. Will we ever find out? I don't know. All I know is that crime is going through the roof in Canada, and it's since we've had the wave of mass immigration. The wave of empathy and compassion from our radical left overlords in Canada. These are the bitter fruits of just mindless, reckless, suicidal empathy. In Canada, criminals have their rights protected while citizens are left defenseless, traumatized, and victimized. I wonder if she'd had the right to possess something with which she might defend herself, if that might have made a difference here. Yeah, daughter called 9. So you don't even bother calling 911. Is this a narco tyranny yet? But she offered the home invaders her car keys. That didn't work, but the police assured us that's all you need to do. Total madness. Canada is crazy. Let's see. All right. What do we got here? Sue Mack posted this. Great Big C. Hey, CBC, you forgot to include the names in your article, so I included them for you. Well, this is the thing. Does anybody know what it means when the CBC reports arrests or crimes and doesn't report the names or show any pictures of the criminals? Does anybody know what that means? Let's see. 8 men accused of soliciting sex from a minor in London police sting. Well, maybe we should pull this article up. Let's take a look. Maybe they've changed it. Maybe they've updated it. Police allege the suspects believed they were communicating with someone underage. Is there any information on these people? Let's see. The 7 London men and one from Woodstock, a man, had tried to... Okay, so... the 8 accused, ranging in age from 22 to 34... no, nothing. The 8 accused have all been released from custody, by the way, with court dates in London between November 27th and December 11th. That's par for the course. Nothing in there. So I wonder what that means, that they didn't actually give us the names. Huh. As a result of the 2-day operation between October 28th and 29th, 2025, the following individuals were arrested and charged with communication for the purpose of obtaining sexual services from a person under 18 years that they knew was under 18 years. Sakwant Singh, 22, Syed Bilal Sadat, Jarnail Singh, Sami Tawil, Mohit Pujan, Ibrahim, Omar Attar. Oh, that's why. That's why. That's not the narrative. That's not the pro infinite immigration narrative that the CBC wants to push. Huh. It's dereliction of duty to not acknowledge the truth. Shameful. Yeah, but they're not. Their job is no longer to acknowledge the truth or inform the public. It's to shape opinion, to manipulate. This is what the British papers did in the UK too, while tens of thousands of little working class white girls were being raped by men of Asian origin for decades. How long has this been going on here, do you think? A long time, probably. Long time. It depends on the source, but government-funded media tends to hide the facts. Well, they want to keep getting that money. They're not getting paid to embarrass the government. Very Canadian names, as always. Yeah. The West is just sick. Canada is sick. What's going on here? So, Ryan Garrettson posted this. And here's Melissa Lantzman, conservative. I think pretty effective. I like her, actually. And here's David Cochrane, who is one of the propagandists for the CBC, taxpayer-funded propagandists for the Liberal Party. And it's always the same. It's always the negative framing. Anything conservative, negative framing. Anything liberal, positive framing, apologetics, trying to smooth the corners, smooth the edges for them. This is how they trick Canadians into just having this bad feeling about the Conservatives. And Pierre Poilievre's mean. I think he's mean. It's just this impression they get from the constant drip, drip, drip of the negative framing. David Cochrane is such a liberal shill. Geez, this is bad. Melissa does a great job calling him out. Let's watch.
There is no, the economic analysis on the impact on food puts it at 0.5 to 0.8%. This is what Trevor Toome and others
So you're
looked at.
telling me that the industrial...
Treasure, yeah, the guy he's quoting stats on inflation and saying the carbon taxes don't affect inflation. has received lots of money from, guess who? The Liberal government. Just like the Canadian Anti-Hate Network, or Barbara Perry from, the Ontario Institute of Tech and her hate studying, her anti-hate organization there. She's an expert on hate, all on the government teat, all saying exactly what the government wants. Let's continue.
Trail carbon tax on fertilizer, on fuel, on farming equipment does not pass down in the price.
97% of emissions on a farm are exempt from
I
the
don't
carbon
know
tax.
how you can look Canadians in the eye and say that the price of food hasn't skyrocketed and these are the reasons for it.
Well, the price of food has skyrocketed.
Packaging taxes.
Well, there's also currency changes. There's climate change that has
But you're a
led
better
to drought.
defender of the government's budget than they are.
I have read Trevor Toombs' analysis, and I go with the experts on this. Like, I think, anyway, there is no, the economic.
Why doesn't he mention that Trevor Toombs is funded by the Canadian government, by the Liberal government? Why doesn't he mention that? There's an awful lot of experts that the CBC relies on, all of them funded by the Liberals. Weirdly, it's this circle jerk in the Canadian media between the government, the experts who are funded by the government, and the government-funded media. Most Canadians have no idea, by the way, about any of this, about the conflicts of interest. Most Canadians have absolutely no idea. The government funds the experts to say what the government wants. The media that's funded by the government gets the experts that they know are funded by the government and are saying what the government wants and also what they themselves want, because they are servants of the government, because they're reliant on it for money. And the vast majority of the Canadian public has absolutely no idea that this is going on. All right. Here we go. Trevor Toombs. This is who David Cochrane is quoting here. Trevor Toombs' work on food prices and the carbon tax was never peer-reviewed. This is from the food professor, visiting scholar, McGill University. Trevor Toombs' work on food prices and the carbon tax was never peer-reviewed and co-authored by an individual who worked directly for Stephen Guilbeault, Liberal minister, climate fanatic, and funded by the federal government. In other words, it supported the political narrative of the day rather than independent, evidence-based analysis. That narrative has now been completely debunked. Trevor Toombs. Here's one for $82,000. 2024. Professional services. Let's see. Here is 2022, $40,000. So what do we got? There's $120,000 so far. Almost $17,000 there, 2020. So what? That's $137,000. So that ain't nothing. That ain't chicken scratch. That's how it works in Canadian media, and most Canadians have absolutely no idea that this is how it works, how corrupt it is. Let's see. All right. We're at the last bookmark, people, at the last bookmark, and we are 3 hours and 50 minutes in. I still amazingly have energy. I don't know how that's possible. Listen, everybody, people on YouTube, please go to the new Radio Baloney News channel. All of the U.S. news, world news, meme reviews, all this beautiful stuff down here. It's on the new channel. The channel you're watching right now is the original Radio Baloney channel with 13,000 subscribers. This is just for live streams and Canadian news now. Everything else going to be on Radio Baloney News. Please go and subscribe there. I just had somebody in the comments earlier today or yesterday saying, where's all the U.S. news? And I had to tell them, look, it's the new channel. The new channel the new channel is the featured channel on my homepage for the channel you're watching right now. Yeah. Don't be left behind. Don't let the gatekeepers win. You know YouTube's hiding this from you. You're going to have to go and do it yourself. Be proactive. Don't let them win. Don't let the purple-haired gremlins win. All right. Now what are we doing? And everybody just subscribe wherever you are around the world on whatever you're watching on. Just do it. Again, don't let the bastards win. I know what you're all wondering right now. You're all wondering what's happening with 1775 coffee. Well, I shall tell you. Listen, you still haven't tried 1775 coffee? Now's your shot. The 1775 starter kit just dropped. It's only 1,000 units. How could it only be 1,000? How could they be so cruel to limit it to that? You're getting the bold dark roast that hits hard, the smooth medium roast, and the Vitality Mushroom Coffee for clean energy, which, by the way, is the best kind of energy, and laser focus. No crash, no commies. What? All single origin, small batch, toxin free. I hate the toxins. And mold free. Ditto with the mold. Plus, you're also getting a gold spoon clip because freedom isn't scooped with plastic, you stupid idiot. A frother strong enough to stir up your coffee and your mother-in-law's opinions. Probably some kind of crazy old commie hag. And a black 1775 tumbler. That's $170 worth of coffee and gear. Yours for only $99, friend. That's under $100. This is for the ones who've been watching 1775 blow up on Rumble, wondering if it's actually worth it. Well, listen up, fella. Spoiler alert, it is. Now you're on the trolley. Go to 1775coffee.com. 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 1775 COFFE.com/studio and grab your starter kit before they're gone. Little bit of coffee to top me up on that one. Guess what? Guess why? 'Cause it's bold beans, clean fuel, and a morning routine that stands for something. Is it anti-communism? I don't know. On this channel it is, just like Rumble does. I was like transported to like some sort of like different dimension, a higher dimension of ad reading there. Something happened to me. I was like, it was like I was possessed, but not by a demon, but by some sort of beautiful golden, like heavenly spirit or something. I've honestly never felt so free. That's why I do this, people. That's why I do this, for these moments right there. And I'm just so glad you're all here to witness it, to be a part of this. Something that we can all remember together and talk about in the chat years from now. All right, so what's going on? Now what are we talking about? What are we talking about in the chat? Let's see. Rosie won't vote for the demon. Who's the demon? Is it Newsom? I think it's Newsom. G-Flood said, those immigrants who barely speak English and have mattresses on the floor always have safes full of money, right? I think that is a thing that immigrants think that other immigrants have safes. And I think I've heard of a few of these cases now where they demanded to see the safe, but there wasn't a safe. Rosie says, never would I vote for the demon, even if offered chocolate. Well, that's saying something. That's saying something because Rosie loves the chocolate. Trudeau survivor says it's her fault for not owning a nicer car. How could you be so cruel, Trudeau survivor? I mean, I appreciate the fact that everything you've gone through and you're traumatized and you have PTSD for surviving Trudeau survivor. But I mean, come on, have a heart, man. Have a heart. Let's see. But yeah, I guess the point. Yeah, I guess you got a point though. Let's see. Nevada says that's when a shotgun comes in handy. Well, in Canada, you can't, or else you get in trouble. You'll go to prison because Canada is retarded. Let's see. Rosie says, I can name 4 horrific crimes I am intimately familiar with that have been sanitized. Well, that's the media's job. If it's the wrong kind of crime. Let's see. Just see. G Flood says tariffs get passed on the customer, but not carbon taxes. Yeah, it doesn't make any sense, right? None of it makes any sense. It's just fashion and it's just team. That's it. Izzy says, my night is now complete. Coffee ad. Yep. We don't do enough of them these days, but they're beautiful, beautiful ads. Trudeau Survivor says, I think there should be a new rule. If you do a coffee ad, then Barista Girl has to be on the screen. I'd get to Barista Gal or Noodle Girl, but I'd have to go find the thumbnail or find the bookmark now. It's not on this bookmark, and I just don't feel it. We'll do it, I promise, Sunday. Izzy says, mold-free and commie-free. You can't get anything better. 1775 out of 10, plus 10 for the spelling it out. Guess what? 1775 out of 10 plus 10 is, I believe, I'm not a mathematician, the most you can get out of 10. High praise indeed. High praise indeed. Needs more commie hate. Nevada says 9.7 out of 10. Maybe 9.7 out of 10 is the most you can get out of 10. I don't know. Again, I'm not a biologist. Rosie says 1777 out of 10. Excellent commie repellent. Thank you, Rosie. All right. Trudeau's survivor is going to abstain until Sunday then. Well, there's no more ads because I've done 3, and that's the most ads I'll let you do. Or me. They'll let me do anyway. I don't know. Let's do this. I gave you guys Fence Girl tonight. You guys should all be thanking me for the gift of Fence Girl. Oh, yeah. Love Fence Girl. All right. This one I'm going to show on Monday for the really special videos, I say for the premium stream, the exclusive premium stream, available only to Rumble Premium members and Radio Baloney channel members on Rumble. So there's a few beautiful, beautiful, beautiful special clips you guys send me that I save for those very special evenings. Let's see. Women being awful. A podcast host had Bonnie Blue. Now, Bonnie Blue is the woman who did like 1,000 guys or something in like one day. I think it was literally like 1,000, just like a lineup around the block for money. Podcast host had Bonnie Blue on his show and set up a barrier and men in hazmat suits to avoid making contact with her. He treated Bonnie Blue like a literal biohazard. Do you know, it's cruel, but I mean, it's not healthy. I mean, I don't know. She ended up in the hospital because, I think it was literally like hundreds of men in a day, like right up in the plumbing, the back door. That's not good for society for that to be. I mean, I don't know. I mean, look, I'm not saying throw her in prison or anything. I'm just saying maybe a bit of social shaming is not the worst thing in the world these days. I mean, I wouldn't do it. I wouldn't have the heart to do it. It seems pretty cruel, but maybe actually it's the sort of thing she needs to see, I guess. I mean, she's literally putting herself in the hospital, like with her whoredom. Like, we're talking about hundreds of men in a day. So I don't know. I mean, we need to bring shame back, don't we? Like, let's see. Boys will be boys. So let's check this out. This feels kind of staged to me, but let's take a look. Oh, no, I can't do that sound, people. Let's do it again. We'll do it live. All right, here we go. Check it out. What's going to happen? They think I'm blind. Let's see what happens. Hey, wait a second. Yeah, he could see the whole time. But they're not happy. It feels kind of staged to me a little bit. Oh, actually, the expression on her face looks totally real. So maybe it is real. I don't know. Maybe it wasn't staged. But she gets really cross with him. She's like, fuck you. I'm not smiling for the camera. A-hole. All right. What do we got next? These are our palate cleansers. This one, we've seen this video or videos like this before. I can't stop playing them because it's just so wholesome and nice. Like, this is so much better than Gavin Newsom lying. Oh, you know what? Gotta do this. Gotta do that. Here we go. It's just lovely. This is just nice. This is like, yeah, the world actually is okay. Oh, no. No, my God. Oh, my God. Did you guys see that? Oh, no. Oh, no. That looks exactly like my old dog. That was simply too precious. Ah. Dogs on the bus, hanging out. They're happy. It's just nice. I don't know. How's that not make you feel good? Izzy says, I want that job. You'd just be happy every day. Just happy as the dogs, right? You'd be as happy as those dogs driving them around. What a nice job to have. Spambot says, I wonder if she went to the hospital because she prolapsed her colon. Why is that funny? I don't know. I laughed at it, but I don't even know if that's supposed to be funny, but I just laughed at it. I don't know, something kind of funny. Is it just the words prolapsed colon funny? Are they inherently funny? I don't know. But something happened in there, and she had to go to the hospital. Izzy says, all those men need a visit to the hospital also. Yes, they do. They need to be checked out. Hazmat suit is funny. I don't know. And I like this. See, here's one vision of the West, right? Here's one vision of the West. And then there's this. Dogs getting on the bus, super excited to get on the bus and hang out with their friends and go to the beach and look at that. That's just great. When this exists, the world can't be that bad, right? When this exists, oh, come on. Rosie says, I think we should never discuss Bonnie Blue again. I know, I didn't want to either. But we had to bear witness to honor our ancestors. Spambot says, I wouldn't touch Bonnie with a stolen dick. Check this out. So here is from Breitbart News. Cute kitten runs to police during intense showdown. Oh, let's check this out.
Keep your hands on your head now.
Deputies were
He's not saying that to the kitten. He's saying that to the perps on the sidewalk there by the fence.
dispatched to the Safeway off 158th Street South and Pacific Avenue South for two shoplifters who threatened employees with a hatchet.
Drop it! Drop it! On the ground now!
One of the suspects was holding a kitten and a hatchet during the felony stop.
Got two at gunpoint. Keep your hands on your head now.
The kitten runs to the deputy.
Next unit coming in, grab this kitten that one of the suspect has. It's running around the road.
For some reason, did the sound go off? Did the sound go up? No, I don't think it did. You're saying the sound went off? What Spambot's saying the sound? Does everybody got the sound? I don't think the sound is off. It looks like it's on. So I don't know.
Your hands in your lower back. Don't move.
You want your kitten, or I can give it to somebody who can have a home for it?
If you can find someone that has a home,
Okay.
go for it.
All right, I found somebody.
Make sure it's a good home.
Okay.
The kitten found a new home after the suspect agreed it could be rehomed, and he had just found it in an alley.
So that guy just grabbed it in an alleyway, and the cat's like, what the hell? I don't want to go with this guy. So it's not like, it's not like he'd had the kitten for like a week or something, or a couple of weeks. No, he just grabbed it in an alleyway. The cat's like, I don't want to be with this guy. This guy's gross. So it's not like a tragedy. They took his kitten away. He literally just grabbed it. Like the kitten was minding its own business. Oh, I thought you weren't going to play the audio. I don't. Did I say I wasn't going to? I don't know. I don't know what's going on. I'm 4 hours and 8 minutes into this thing, guys. So now I'm on fumes right now. So a person trying to film the force with a drone accidentally captures footage of a man fleeing from a bear. I want you guys to tell me if this is real or not. Right? I think we can do the sound on this one. Yeah. So what do you guys think? Is this real? AI? Stage? What is this? Is it real? Do you think it's AI? What do you guys think? Trudeau Survivor says fake. Trudeau Survivor also says they're eating the cats. Oh no, he was probably going to eat that kitten. That's why the kitten ran away. Trudeau Survivor says this is fake. Rosie says AI or video game. Okay, that's so. Anybody else want to weigh in? Anybody else? Anybody else? Put it in the chat right now, or forever hold your peace. AI or video game, Rosie says. Trudeau Survivor says fake. Trudeau Survivor says fake. I will reveal the truth to you in 10 seconds. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Izzy says, I think I've seen this before, but not sure it's real. Well, it's kind of a trick question, actually, because it's not AI. Spambot says, I say pet bear in Russia playing a game. Well, I don't know about Russia. Nevada says fake. It's not AI, but it is staged. So that's a trained bear. Okay, so this thing was staged. So it's not like a real incident. And it's got a trained bear, but it's not AI. So it's kind of, it was a bit of a trick question. So real, but not real. Yeah, I mean, the big question these days is it AI, right? That's the big question. And this looks like it could be AI, actually. Like, especially that part. And then going past the bear, then you see the bear trigger. Feels like kind of could be AI. Because the AI is getting so good. It's really getting hard to tell. What else we got? Anything else we want to do? There's this here. Somebody sent this in. There's definitely something wrong with my cat. This is AI. Obviously. Definitely AI. But it's getting really good, isn't it? I mean, like this is like Garfield movie quality, right? Let's see. Nailed it. Just totally happy, wagging his tail. Yeah, I'll just walk right through. Yep, not concerned. Let's see. Check out the abs on this guy.
Six-pack. I mean, just unbelievable. Look at that.
His attempt that young man's attempt at having quality abs fell woefully short.
You're absolutely. Hey, can we talk to Josh?
Yeah, that's pretty funny. That's pretty good. Look at that six-pack. Minivan versus 2 tons of water. How's this going to go? I was actually surprised by how violent this was. Let's check it out.
Oh, here it comes. Oh, yeah. Come on.
Yeah! We've got a lead. Like it just explodes that car. Just explodes it. Let's go back there. Right at the end. Like, check this out. I was surprised by how much damage it did. Yeah! We've got a lead. Yeah, smushes it. But it's 2 tons of water. Let's see. I'm with her because WTF are you doing to my burger? I agree. Oh, we're not doing music, but we're going to watch it. Why would you ruin a perfectly good burger like this? Look at that. Yeah, she's got the right reaction. That looked like a delicious burger. And then it just turns into this. Like now you got to eat it with a knife and fork. Right? That's not how you're supposed to eat a burger. She's not happy about it. She had a great burger there. And they just totally ruined it. And probably that burger probably cost like $100 for them to do that, to wreck it like that. Terrible. I don't know. Or maybe it cost $10. Although, can you get anything for $10 now? I don't know. Where is this place anyway? Is it like Disney or something? I don't know. Anyway, it's wrong. It's wrong to do that. Why did you do that? Why did you make my burger gross? She says. In Spanish. Oh, we got to do this. All right. We can't finish off the night without this. Okay. GQ's Catherine Stoffel. So, woke people hate Sydney Sweeney, and they can't suppress it. For one thing, woke women are extremely jealous of her, and they cannot suppress that. They cannot disguise that. And it's almost impossible for them to just be like human. And Sydney Sweeney she continues to impress by her just I don't care-ness when confronted with this stuff. This is Sydney Sweeney continues to impress with her total indifference to these people, to these woke people, to these people who always have either a hidden or not so hidden ideological and political agenda. Let's so this is posted by Chief Nerd. GQ's Catherine Stoffel spends over 3 minutes trying to get Sydney Sweeney to apologize for her great jeans ad. They're still going on about this. Still going on about it. Now, this clip isn't 3 minutes. This clip is, I think, oh no, this is the 3-minute clip. All right, let's watch it. And you can just, everything about this is so inauthentic from the GQ interviewer, and just this thinly veiled political and ideological agenda. These people are incapable of just being human, right?
We're sort of talking around this American Eagle ad right now, and maybe we should just talk about it. So, were you surprised by the reaction?
I did a jean ad. I mean, the reaction definitely was a surprise, but it was, I love jeans. All I wear are jeans. I'm literally in jeans and a t-shirt like every day of my life.
Jeans are uncontroversial. Jeans are awesome.
Yeah, I like your jeans.
You look great in your jeans. I think I know how you're going to answer this, but I'm going to ask anyway. I mean, the president tweeted about the jeans ad, or Truth Socialed about the jeans ad, and that just seems to me like a very...
You notice how she can barely look Sydney Sweeney in the eyes? It's because she's got an agenda. She's trying to set her up, is what she's doing.
A crazy moment for anyone, and I wondered what that was like.
It was surreal.
It was surreal.
Mm-hmm.
And it would be totally human. I would probably feel like thankful that somebody had my back in public, you know, and conveniently some very powerful people had my back in public. And I wondered if you felt that way.
I don't think that, it's not that feeling I didn't have that feeling, but I wasn't thinking of it like that, or like of any of it. I kind of just put my phone away. I was filming every day. I'm filming Euphoria, so I'm working like 16-hour days, and I don't really bring my phone on set. So I work and then I go home and I go to sleep. So
it's basically, I'm not going to play your game. I know what you're up to. I'm not going to play your game. And it's a game that you can't win, by the way. You can't win the woke game. You can't start saying, oh, well, yeah, I guess. No. They just use that to attack you more. Just don't play the game. Don't give an inch.
I don't really see a lot of it.
You've made a really good case for keeping your thoughts and your life separate from that work. But the risk is that, you know, there's a chance that somebody will get some idea about what you think about certain issues and feel like, I don't want to see Christy because of that. Like, do you worry about that?
No. If somebody is closed off because of something they read online to a powerful story like Christy, then I hope something else can open their eyes to being open to art and being open to learning. And I'm not going to be affected by that.
Yeah. You've come here like really willing to talk about this whole discourse that doesn't have that much to do with you. And I'm grateful for that.
Mm-hmm.
Is there something that you want to say about the ad itself? The Sydney Sweeney has great jeans. Do you have...
The ad spoke for itself.
You think the ad spoke for itself?
Yeah.
Okay. And the criticism of the content, which was basically that maybe specifically in this political climate, like white people shouldn't joke about genetic superiority. Like that was kind of like the criticism, broadly speaking. And since you are talking about this, I just wanted to give you an opportunity to talk about that specifically.
I think that when I have an issue that I want to speak about, people will hear.
Yeah, that's the way to handle it. It's like, oh, I'm your friend and I'm so nice, but white supremacy, are you white supremacy? That's basically the question, right? Just the knives were just, she had the knives ready the entire time. She could barely look at Sydney Sweeney. They can't help themselves. Everything has to be political, right? It's just a jeans ad that was actually, it would have been totally uncontroversial not that long ago. It's just a jeans ad with a pun that everybody would have gotten, and nobody would have jumped to the conclusion that, in fact, it was, directed by Leni Riefenstahl and was Nazi propaganda. Uh, Absolutely ridiculous. And I really do despise this kind of, it's very much, there's so much kind of this smarmy kind of fake nice, ivory tower attitude here. Is that, well, aren't you going to apologize for what crazy people think? That's basically what it comes down to, right? Aren't you going to kneel for crazy people, for ideologues, for lunatics that are offended by literally everything, right? That are intentionally trying to find some oppression somewhere. It has to be everywhere all the time. It's in the air. It permeates the universe, right? The correct response to this is just no. I'm not playing your game. She handled this perfectly. All right. What are people saying underneath here? Let's see. I feel bad for you. I don't think about you at all. That was the madman line. Let's see. All right. That might be a good place to end it off, actually. We already did this one, didn't we? Yeah, we already did that. Yeah, okay, we're done. That's it. That is it. People on YouTube, go to the new Radio Baloney News channel. Go subscribe there. It's the featured channel on this channel on the homepage. Go there and subscribe. You get all the U.S. world news there. Wonderful stuff, meme reviews, all the wonderful stuff. We're now 4 hours and 23 minutes in, folks. I think this is the longest stream we have done in a while. Normally, we don't go much beyond 4 hours for a long one these days, but I had so much fun. Let's see. Let's get the last bit of the chat here, and then we're going to move on. Then we're going to call it a night, and we can get on with our weekends. Let's see. Let's see. Trudeau Survivor says, jealous harpy vibes. I agree. Let's see. Was there one more? Oh, okay. Hold on. Hold on a second. All right. Trudeau Survivor wanted this link. Posting Louisville UPS crash links again. All right. Well, we'll take a look at it. We might as well. All right. Give me 1 second. All right. What do we got? So this was the Kentucky plane crash. Hold on. All right. Oh, that's awful. That's just awful. Oh, all right. But I mean, that is, yeah, I had not seen that footage before. What's this? Rosie's got one too. This will be the last link we're gonna do tonight. We'll do one for Rosie too. All right, hold on. Why are we doing this? Hold on. We've got a menu for Carahilo. Is that how it's pronounced? So I don't know. That looks, I mean, all looks delicious. Is that for just for everybody, just for their information? Okay. I guess that's what was going on there, but very nice. All right. I always assume you want me to put it on the screen. I think that was just for everybody else. Let's see. Let's see. Trudeau Survivor says, fine, ignore my links. What do I care? I showed the link. Just showed the link. That was Trudeau Survivor, right? The one, the plane crash one. Let's see. I'm sure it was. Yeah, that was true. Yeah, so we did get to your link. We finally did. I told you we'd get to it before the end. We're as good as my word. Let's see. Let's see. Spambot says, I don't visit YouTube very much anymore. I think a lot of people are moving over to Rumble. Spambot says, one reason I will never live in a glide path area for an airport. Yeah, just seeing that. Rosie says, Carahia. Double L stands like Y. Carahia. Links. Trudeau Survivor says, well, that's it. We're done. We are so done tonight. We've done 4 hours and 28 minutes, folks. So congratulations for everybody for pulling through on this one. And the reason that I'm able to do 4 hours and 28 minutes is because you guys are here. If you weren't here, it would be super boring and depressing. But you're here, so it's not. So I'll just keep babbling. I just keep babbling for hour after hour. I want to thank you guys. I think you guys are in good form tonight. You made me crack up a couple of times, and that's always good news in these trying times. So listen, everybody have a great weekend. I hope to see everybody Sunday night, 6 p.m. Pacific time, 9 o'clock Eastern time. And then we'll be back on Monday for the premium stream and then back Tuesday for a regular one. But Sunday, 6 p.m. Pacific time. Hope to see everybody there. Good night, everyone. Have a great weekend.